Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everyone. Welcome to our final episode of the year 2021. It's gonna be crazy. And hopefully we can end it with a bang of some sort. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Do we want to?
I don't know, maybe.
I know we have in the past.
This is our fourth episode of this. It's kind of become an annual tradition, but will Christmas end this year? Who knows? Maybe this will be the group of elves to end it, or maybe the tradition shall continue. But of course, our episode supporter for today is Rusty Crackle Warmth, aka Hero Sheep. I'm sure he used that name for a very specific reason.
That's a name I recognize, for one.
Maybe you'll find out. Maybe you won't. But yeah, we're going to be playing some Santa RPG, which is based off of Made RPG, if you've ever played it before. It is very heavy on like anime vibes. So hopefully you enjoy it. And I'll toss it over to Bentham to do the announcements. And of course, look at these lovely faces. Such cute elves.
Yes, our announcements for today are that there's lots of Patreon stuff. This week we had the monthly recap come out that you can check out right now. And there's a bunch of stuff coming that I'll probably sprinkle out over a holiday break. We're going to have a lot of stuff from Ascension. He's giving me lots of character sheets and item descriptions and other interesting things that we've acquired in mainly in the most recent session where stuff happened and decisions were made. Not going to say who by. But you can also check out the Avatar final character sheets now that that series has come to an end, and also we'll be doing an NPC names post soon as well for December, ready for you to submit some names to get used in the coming year. We're also sponsored by Roll20. That's what we're using today to run the show, or run the game side of the show anyway. We're using OBS to run the actual show, but the RPG we use Roll20 for, because it's super convenient for that. It has the ability to submit your own character sheets, and pretty much every RPG out there that that you pay money for has a sheet for it, and some that you don't pay money for have sheets for them too. And we're using the Made RPG character sheets for this thing, as this is a homebrew made by Maggie that is built off of Made RPG. It evolves every year though. It's becoming more and more its own thing.
Yeah, I haven't changed too many rules this year, but if something comes up that's different, I will notify you all. I think I mostly added extra stuff that wasn't there because there was a couple of situations that came up that didn't the previous year. Happens every year.
And yeah, after this we're going to be going on a Christmas break, so you won't see us for a while. We'll be back in the middle of January. Keep an eye out on the Twitters for announcements about that, of course. In the next year we'll have Ascension returning, of course, and we'll have a new show replacing Avatar that we will be announcing a little bit closer to the time, so keep an eye out. Yeah, that's the announcements.
All right. That's it. Right.
Shall I tell people about where they can support us? I can do that.
Yeah. Go for it.
But you can support us on Patreon.
I was wondering. I was like, man, that was short.
Like that. Yeah, that's part one of the intro. Part two is we talk about how you can support us. We have a Patreon where you can. There's various different tiers that give you various different rewards, and by supporting that, you allow us to do all the cool stuff that we do. There's MP3s you can get after shows, you can get character sheets, you can get other things from games like enemy character sheets and item descriptions and stuff like are going to be coming from EE for Ascension very soon. You can get the monthly recap, so the admins talk about the events of the previous month, how all the shows are going, and occasionally drop a couple hints on things that are coming up. And you can also submit names for NPCs. You can watch the interviews. We occasionally interview cast members and GMs with questions submitted by the patrons. And if you're crazy, you can support us at Legend Tier. You get to support one episode every month if you do that, like Hero Sheep has today, though with an ominous name that they have chosen. And also the Legends get to take part in a once-monthly RPG session gemmed by a member of the Roll for It cast. And this month, they did a Santa RPG one-shot that is going to affect our Santa RPG one-shot. They did that last year, and the Legends caused a lot of things to happen. Basically, we spent the whole episode cleaning up their messes, and apparently they've caused similar trouble this year. So who knows what's going to happen.
It went quite as planned.
Oh no, never good when things go as planned. for the
It went
GM.
like perfectly as planned. This time, I'm gonna let you know, they rolled a lot of good bean elves and did not get to get everything I wanted done, and I had to go about it a very sneaky way to get them to do what they did. And I will let you know what they did with good intention. They did not know what they did.
Oh no. You can support us in other places too. You can do the Twitch things like people are currently doing. You can drop bits. They land in the cup. You try and fill the cup or empty the cup as you wish with bits. Fun physics can happen in there. You can try and knock out other bits or people have various different agendas these days about filling and emptying the cup. And occasionally, if you hit it just right, a bit starts violently flipping out and spinning. There it goes. But you can also drop us tips. They appear on the screen. We read them out at the end of the show. So thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. You can, of course, subscribe on Twitch as well. That gives you emotes and badges, and it gives you immediate access to the Twitch VODs. Normally, we'd have to wait 24 hours for us to upload those VODs over on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member over there if you want, and being a YouTube membership subscriber or Patreon supporter will give you access to our Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show and talk about all of the things. Some things roll for it, some things not. There's a bunch of different rooms in there for everything that's going on. There's the room for discussing this episode is the One Shot Saloon. It's the room for discussing all one shots. I already see people are chatting in there. You can also just support us by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping out, and making us go higher in the rankings, so we're more visible, more people can find our stuff, and then we can do more cool stuff. So we appreciate that. You can also press all the buttons around the player. That helps too, like the follow buttons and the subscribe buttons, as in like the YouTube subscribe button. It's always confusing, YouTube subscription versus Twitch subscription, but press the buttons, the likes and such, and we appreciate that. Helps us out, and tell your friends, bring them along too. Bring more people into the weird and wacky, surprisingly deep lore of our Santa one-shots, as they get more and more crazy every year. But that's it. Now we'll start for realsies.
All right. They do get a little crazier every year. That's for sure. All right. So, we'll start it off. Are you guys ready?
I'll ever be.
We have the screen fades to black, and we see the words December 24, 2020, the North Pole. Then a scene of white snow and an igloo prison appear. Explosions are heard, and you see a bunch of Nutcracker soldiers running in. The scene changes, and you see a group of elves inside a gingerbread house, spinning some kind of wheel that's holding onto a device with a bunch of liquid. It looks like they're struggling to get it out, but it opens, and it sprays out what looks like milk over this large, gingerbread, menacing-looking person. Our screen fades to black. Present time, December 2021. The camera pans up a large Christmas tree with a pretty sparkling star at the top. And you can see Santa's village kind of nestled all around this large tree. The marching band trumpets can be heard throughout the big center area of town, and everyone is kind of gathering. You see a bunch of different elves in different types of uniforms, some of them with cat-like ears, others with robotic limbs, and they're all kind of like moving into the center of town as the sun is kind of rising behind this giant tree. You see the town crier sitting on top of what looks like a very festive-looking pedestal, big enough to probably fit like a whole group of people on top of it. It's donned with a bunch of Christmas lights, sparkling red and green, and even though it's very bright out, you can for some reason, the light still glows perfectly, and you can see all the colors kind of emanating and reflecting off the snow and ice. And you hear the town crier say, "This year, our great Santa Claus wants us to each make our very own custom present, wrap it, and put it under the tree. He'll be coming by to inspect them all right after. He's also once again going to bring one lucky elf with him to wave to all the children in the lands on Christmas Day. Yep, that means you can ride on Santa's sleigh. Well, if you have the most candy canes this year on Christmas Day." And a big timer kind of like pops up behind him. It has like festive lights all over it, and a countdown timer begins to the hours before Christmas Day, as it is currently Christmas Eve. Now, the camera pans down to the front of the crowd where we can see Pine Tree Sugar Plum, Fizz Giggle Magic, and Jolly standing amongst one another. You don't quite see your friend Dazzle Starshine, but he swore he would meet you here. What do the three of you kind of like say to each other after you hear this like message from the town crier? And also describe yourselves as you begin talking.
Jolly looks around, looks at the companions here, and as soon as the words, riding on Santa's sleigh is mentioned, you can see Jolly's black eyes just sort of like click with like little digital energy as he perks up and very stiffly but very enthusiastically turns to each and says, "Did you hear that? A ride on the sleigh. I can't believe my ears." That's the word.
I mean, I guess you could call them like audio inputs.
Microphones.
Yeah. Every year, Santa invites one special elf onto his sleigh, and I've always wanted the chance, but I haven't gotten it yet, and I'm super excited to win this. Pine Tree is a big, buff elf. He's got like sort of sandy beige hair and honey beige eyes, and his skin could also best be described as a tan beige, but his clothes are green. So there's something to break up that beige.
I don't know about you all, but I come from a long line of giggle magics, and I mean, our family has been on the sleigh a couple of times, but not me personally.
And you would probably see, you would have to look down at Fizz Giggle Magic. She's got long blue hair, and she's wearing her rainbow outfit today, but if you knew Fizz, occasionally she wears invisible, transparent outfits, because she just loves the color invisible and rainbow. Her hair is navy, her eyes are big and blue, and her cheeks are just big and full and red, and she's just smiling, looking from Jolly to Pine Tree, back and forth.
Everyone can't keep it together.
This is why you should always randomly generate characters, everyone.
Yes.
It's wonderful.
So you all know, this is Made RPG is like fully you basically make your own character through roles, and Santa RPG is the same way. I think like it's just too fun to not have.
I don't think any of us decided a single thing about our characters except for our names.
Yes.
But you could choose to not roll, but I think it's more fun to roll.
Oh yeah.
She's a bit of a nudist elf, if you will. But today
Look,
she brought
no
out the
discrimination.
rainbow. She brought out the
Yeah.
rainbow because it's a special occasion, and so the rainbow comes out for special occasions.
And Jolly, he's clothed in like a metallic indigo outfit, red hair that's very, very shiny. But like sort of a main feature is on his belt, he has this snowflake buckle, this like metallic snowflake buckle. It sits right in the middle of the belt.
And do you keep it like polished so it's sparkly?
Yes, and if you like sort of do this to the side of it, it'll spin around, kind of like rims.
Oh, like wrong year, buddy. Those spin things are like so 2020.
I take one hand, put it around Jolly. I dip low and take the other arm, put it around Fizz. Look, whoever wins, the thing is, we're all friends, which means we can have a great time after Christmas together. That's what's really important. And the scent of like pine just wafts from every inch of him.
And I think that's the perfect time to fade to another scene. As you put your arms around your companions, you could smell the scent of Pine Tree, and you're like, even if, one of you all win and it's not me, we're all going to be friends and we're just going to have a great time after Christmas. Panning over, we see a reindeer stable. At the top of it is a memorial statue with Santa's sleigh and a single reindeer with a plaque that says, "The Bobble Sleighing." Inside the stable is Dazzle, standing next to what looks like a closed gate, and the gate on top of it says lightning. What are you doing, Dazzle?
I imagine I've slightly lost track of time if I'm missing the announcement, so...
No, we're kind of panning back in time. You're gonna get to run. I'm gonna make you do a run roll to see how fast you can get there. So whatever it is that
Okay.
you wanted to do before the tree ceremony, this is your chance to do it. Depending on how long it takes you, I may make it more difficult for you to return to the ceremony where you're supposed to meet your friends. Either way, you will be in the back of the crowd, whether you make it or not. Or whether you make it. If you don't make it, then you will not be in the back of the crowd.
Maybe we get
you
straight to
won't
the
hear the
shenanigans
opening.
then.
This was the way that I could get you to do what you wanted.
Okay. I think Dazzle is gonna go to the entrance to the stables, and he's just gonna like check and be like, it's around about announcement time. I think everyone's away
You
right
see some people off in the distance. They're all kind of like walking towards the village or towards the village center. You see people getting in and out of their houses, out of their offices. The stable is pretty empty too, because a lot of the reindeer and other elves have gone off.
All right. I'm getting better at this. Let's see what goes this time. I'm gonna go back into the stable, and I'm just gonna start opening doors.
Okay. You start opening doors and
Starting at one end, so it's like Rudolph and, like whatever I don't know which one number 2 would be, but I just like, the order of the song, I'm just going down. I'm just going to open those doors.
yeah, you start opening up the doors. There's no one in the stalls currently. They're all kind of out in the field, but now that the doors are open, they will be open for them. You kind of go through this really quickly. Are you trying to be stealthy?
Yeah, I don't want anyone to know
Okay.
I'm up to this. But yeah, as
Roll
I'm going,
me-
I'm just like, hey guys, go for it, be free. Nobody's watching. This is the one time. Everyone's over at the courtyard. No one's gonna stop you running away.
Roll me a cunning, and this is going to be
Uh-oh.
difficult for an amateur, but easy for a pro. And I think this is going to be a 7 difficulty.
Okay. Could be tough. We'll see how we go.
And I
Oh! Wait, no. Oh, that was the old roll. Oh, but it
You
was
get an
enough. 8. Nice.
All right. So just even above what you needed to be able to do this, quite enough where no one else hears you. But because you got an 8, I'm going to also say you hear something as you're kind of running through the stable, opening up some of these doors. You hear a couple people talking. It sounds like maybe 3 people having a conversation in another part of the reindeer stable.
So I'm going along like, go on, be free, just run wild, it's gonna be great. And they're like, wait a minute. Who's that? Everyone's supposed to be at the courtyard. And I'm gonna like start creeping along and trying to like find the source of this talking and see what's being said.
Yeah, you start getting closer to like the sea stable, and kind of like peek in and you look, and you can see what looks like the normal reindeer hand that's always here. He's kind of talking to somebody. It's Frosty Chocolate Jump, and you see him kind of talking to a group of elves. From looking at them, I would say I'm gonna have you roll me another roll, but this one is specifically gonna be probably either a will or I would allow luck.
I'd rather roll will if I get the choice.
Okay. I think either of those would make sense to me for this roll.
Okay. What's my target?
Your target number is going to be able to hear them effectively. Oh, to recognize this thing. I think this is pretty easy. A 6.
All right, not too bad.
You're looking for
Love it.
something specific.
20, nailed it.
Oh my gosh.
No problem.
Not only do you recognize some of them being part of the North Coalition, so these are naughty elves that have been sent to the coal mines. You recognize that, and you even recognize some of their faces.
Who is it? Just like I've seen their faces before, but I don't know like their names or anything. I'm just like, wait a
Yeah,
minute, I know that guy.
specifically the one that makes you think the most, and I think the chat will, even the legend here that we're part of the game will know this, that this is probably the person that you would know the most, is this elf that's like donned in like purple. In fact, last time you might have seen her, she was wearing some kind of like black uniform, but now she's wearing purple, and she's got like a very friendly atmosphere about her when she talks to you, and she just talks a lot and is very just energetic, one might say.
I'm gonna try and stay well hidden and listen in on what they're talking about.
Okay. I would say this to me is a skill or a luck roll to like listen in.
Okay. Either way works for me. Let's try luck.
All right.
4.
4. It'll be muffled, but you can't really hear what they're talking about. But you do watch them and you see what happens. They're kind of talking, and it looks like one of them like holds out a basket, and then the other one hands one of them, her Frosty Chocolate Jump hands them like what looks like some kind of like chocolate coin. And then 4 of them go into what looks like another stable room. One of them stays out and is kind of like talking to Frosty a little bit longer. And then they all go in except for Frosty. And Frosty goes back to like shoveling what looks like hay around in that area. And they all go off into this room and the door closes in the barn. You don't quite hear it, what is being said, but you see that.
Of course, the North Coalition would be up to something. Let's wait and see what happens. I'm gonna leave.
Okay, you're leaving
And
this,
I'm gonna head to the square.
ceremony?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna need an athletics check. This is
Okay.
gonna be, because
Oh, no.
you hung around to listen, it's gonna be
Yeah.
quite difficult. So I think you're gonna have to hit a 9.
Well, that's great because I physically can't.
You can spend candy canes if you want. Give yourself +1s if you'd like. So spending candy canes to raise your, you can either add a +1 bonus to a roll before multiplication at a cost of 1d6 candy cane.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna take the hit. We'll just deal with it.
Okay.
So let's see what the roll is just for the fun of it. I did roll a 6, so I did the best I could do.
Okay.
But athletics is
and that is
unfortunately my
gonna-
worst stat.
What
I just
your
can't seem. I'm
athletics?
just not good at putting one foot in front of the other. I just seem to trip over my own feet somehow.
So it's 6?
Yep.
You get 6 stress.
Ooh, okay.
And you don't quite make it to the ceremony. Your companions, all of you are kind of walking, and you realize that Dazzle's not with you. Dazzle said that they were going to meet up with you, and he has not arrived. He did say that he was going to the stable, so you know that like the direction that he went, but you're not sure where he is currently. Are you guys going to look for him? Or are you going to like make your way to the toy factory?
It would depend on if my shift was starting soon.
Your
shifts are starting soon.
Look, I'm just gonna say that we should not leave a friend behind because Dazzle's our friend and we care about them, right?
You have to be on time, and I have to be on time. Okay, so I don't come from a long line of giggle magics to show up late to my shift.
Well, I mean, you also have like several brothers and sisters who could probably cover for you, right?
I don't think that that's gonna actually go over too well. And they just started me in the train. I'm doing the cabooses now, so I need to get there because there's someone training me today on getting the cabooses. Because they moved me from the hot air balloon area.
Can I?
Why did they do that? Why from the hot air balloon area?
Did you not hear, Jolly?
No, I am sort of new to this world.
Jolly, allow me, because this is like a lot. Unfortunately, Fizzwiz's parents died in a tragic air balloon accident.
Yes, it's true. I built them a hot air balloon because I've made so many in the toy factory. I was like, it's their anniversary. I'm going to make them a hot air balloon. And how was I supposed to know that when they reached altitude and the fireworks I added to the basket would tear through the balloon itself and send them crashing to the earth?
I wasn't going to tell Jolly that it was, kind of your fault, but go off, I guess.
Well, that's why I can't talk to my family to have them cover, because they're not exactly happy with me right now.
It was an accident, Fizzwiz.
I know, but they really don't like that our parents died. It says happy anniversary, and then, the fireworks were very pretty, but it didn't end up going as planned.
Well, Fizzwiz, I must say, I am well versed in the topic of revenge. I must warn you to watch out for your siblings in this case.
Do you think my siblings are gonna take revenge on me? It was an accident. I mean, how was I supposed to know the toy is very different than the real thing, and that the fire apparatus can't have fireworks? I didn't know that. Do you think they're gonna take revenge on me?
I have no data to suggest that is the case, but if I was them, yes, I would take revenge.
Okay, I think that's enough. Look, I banked my microphone. I get down on one knee in front of Fizzwiz and grab her both by each shoulder. Listen, I know that you're stressed out right now.
Yes.
And I know that you're worried right now.
Yes.
But you don't need to be. What happened wasn't entirely your fault, and more importantly, it's in the past. Your parents wouldn't want you holding on to all this angst, okay?
Yeah, it was a month ago, though, and I'm still, I haven't been invited to any of my family's Christmas gatherings, and I don't know how to make the cabooses that well.
Okay.
So
I collapse Fizzwiz into a hug, and keep in mind I'm 6'6". I'm just overwhelmingly large. Fizzwiz, you can come to my family's Christmas this year. How about that? And we can hang out together. It'll be cool. Can I merry-make? I feel like I'm merry-making here.
Oh, all right. So you're trying to get her to not go and to wait for
Or at the very least, chill out.
Yeah. So we're kicking it off with merrymaking. Whew. This is going to get spicy. So how merrymaking works, to give you guys context, is merrymaking works a lot like an extra Santa Claus. Basically, for the merrymaker, generally your goal is to stress out the gleeful person to get them to do things for you that assist you in winning, like getting more candy canes or getting others to be gleeful with you so that you can stress them out. And then for the gleeful person, generally your goal is to gain as many candy canes from your merrymaker as possible. So in this case, if Fizzwiz doesn't win, then you will become gleeful, and Pine Tree will be the merrymaker. So it's gonna be interesting. You're gonna do this similar to combat, and if you fail, you're not only gonna take stress as usual, but you'll lose 2d6 candy canes. So, let's see. Which attribute do you think you're using right now to merry-make? I think you're using affection.
I would argue so, yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that Fizzwiz, you're going to be using either luck or will, or you could use one of those in order to defend.
Okay. I'll probably go with luck because I have 0 in will.
Okay. Or if you think of another way that you could use a different stat to avoid this, I think those are the only two that make sense for me.
I'll just do luck and we'll hope for the best.
Okay. You're each going to roll a 1d6 and you're going to multiply it by your attribute. So you should be able to just click your attribute. And this is going to be your attack power. Whoever is the highest. So I would say if you want to Pine Tree roll, you're setting an 8. You need to beat an 8, Fizzwiz.
And so I'd roll a d6 and then times it by 1, so I got a 3. Right? Did I do it wrong?
You just had to hit your
The luck
your
attribute?
yeah,
Okay.
your luck button.
Oh, I got a 6.
Okay. Didn't quite meet the thing, so you got a 6. So you're going to take 2d6 stress. So
Okay.
roll that.
2d6 stress, a 2.
Oh no, you're not taking stress. You're losing that many candy canes, so you're gonna lose 2 candy canes.
Okay.
And
know.
now you have been Merry Maid. So kind of Pine Tree, explain to us what this looks like as now if you want to look at the merrymaking sheet, the good actions that you do, like words of encouragement, giving them a present, doing their work for them, relieve stress, and then the bad actions like insult, betray, fight, etc. are going to give them stress. So those are actions that you can do, Pine Tree. And then on the other side is what happens to poor Fizzwiz.
Listen, let's go find Dazzle, and then when we get started, you're gonna make the best caboose possible. Because I know you, and I know you work hard.
Okay.
You're gonna succeed at this. I think I'm trying to use a word of encouragement here. So you can reduce your stress by 6.
Oh, so I just go back to my normal baseline stress level then?
What are you rolling to do? You're giving words of encouragement?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You're gonna get rid of 6. You're gonna get back your stress.
Okay. So you would see my eyes widen when you invite me over for Christmas, and like I'm yawning a lot because you know that when I get stressed out, I get very tired. So you see me yawning, but my yawning starts to stop, and then you start to see like I get fired up.
I'm gonna make the best caboose ever! The best one! All the kids are gonna get those cabooses, and they're gonna be like, this is the best caboose I've ever seen!
Jolly, you gonna come?
Yes, I will be there. And hey, who knows? Perhaps you can make an actual caboose once you are done and send your siblings on a trip on the caboose.
Do you think that's a good idea? Because there's no engine attached to it.
Well, you start at a very tall hill and push it down.
Oh! That's not a bad idea!
I think it's actually like a really bad idea, because once they reach the bottom of the hill, then a train crash is gonna happen, and then like you're gonna.
Oh, it doesn't just stop?
No.
Oh. Okay, then maybe I shouldn't do that, but we could come up with something that could be exciting for Christmas for my family so they forgive me.
What is more exciting than crash?
Well, there's been a lot of crashes in the family already, so maybe we could try to come up with something that's not as deadly as the other surprises I've done in the past. Like maybe I could make them a special hot cocoa, or I could make them a candy cane wreath instead.
Or if you win the ability to go in Santa's sleigh, maybe you just gift it to them.
Oh, that's
There's
a good
nothing
idea.
better than that, right?
I will, if I win this year, I will send my siblings in my place.
Yeah, I'm sure Uncle Claus and Santa would love that.
How come you keep calling him
Uncle.
that?
Because I'm German, and that's what we call him in German.
Oh, I thought it was Krampus.
That's the bad one. You don't want
Oh.
to mess with Krampus.
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand the difference.
Are we at the stables yet?
Let's
You guys
go.
are all walking your way to the stable, and actually, you can see Dazzle there as you guys are all plotting a way to help for Fizzwiz. And Dazzle, you're kind of like running as quickly as you can, and you see your companions headed your way. They look like they're in just casual conversation.
You see me in the distance, just like, but like not making that much progress for the effort being put in. But yeah, Dazzle is in a pink uniform. He's got blue eyes and curly brown hair that's just poking out underneath his hat. his uniform hat. It looks like very, very nice, perfectly curled hair. And he's just rushing up, trying to catch up with you guys. Like, sorry, I'm late. Did I miss it? What time
You
is
missed
it?
everything.
Oh no. I never missed it before.
I mean, we could tell you what happened. It's fine.
Yes,
You know
we
what
can
it
fill
is.
you in.
Yeah, they were saying it's the thing where, like, if you get the most candy canes, you get to ride with Santa, right? That's still a thing? They're still doing that?
Oh yeah, plus a special new surprise.
Wait, a new surprise?
Well, it's less of a surprise for us and more a surprise for Santa. We've got to make our own special gift, put it under the tree, and then Santa's gonna come inspect them at the end.
Oh, I could do presents. I've done presents before.
Yeah.
That's
But
great.
what
We
are
can
you all
totally
gonna
do that.
do? Do
Yes.
you all have a plan?
I am still concocting a plan now, but your talk of cabooses and crashes is great inspiration for me.
Oh,
Wait, what?
For a toy. For Santa to inspect.
A crashing caboose toy?
Perhaps. Don't steal my idea.
It feels like a bad idea.
I don't know. I see there's value in every toy because one person's trash is another person's toy.
Oh yeah, did you see that like creepy toy we made a couple years ago? That was this red furry monster that you were supposed to tickle and then it would scream at you.
Oh yeah, those were really popular.
Some people like really
Terrifying.
weird things.
Humans are into all sorts of weird things. I'm sure it'll
Right,
sell.
humans.
But we have to get to the shift. Our shift is starting. Oh no, we're not gonna make it in time.
And I'm gonna
Right.
turn and start like booking it as my little small elf body will go towards the toy shop.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh no,
you-
not again.
you-
Okay.
You start running your way over to try to make it back to where the presents are being wrapped and made in the toy factory. And you head your way into what looks like this large factory building that smells of like sweets and candies and mints. And there's like in the entranceway, giant candy canes that are kind of like an arc to the door, and you kind of push the door open and a little bell tings off, and you kind of like run your way to your station. This year you are all stationed at the toy area, which is a little different than in previous years because you're not just wrapping your present this year, you're also creating and making your toy. And you really only get one shot. You're going to go to your station and then wrap it, and then you got to get it to the tree as quickly as possible. So as you all are kind of making your way there, let's see. If you roll me athletics, if you're going to try to make it back on time, make it to your shift on time. This is going to be pretty difficult because you all spent a lot of time talking. So I'm going to say this is going to be an 8 to pull off.
Well, I can,
And if you
I
have
can
another
find out how
option
much
other
I
than
fail.
athletics, let me know.
Oh no.
Okay. Pine Tree,
I'm gonna stop
you
complaining that I've got
succeed.
one athletics.
Fizwiz, you're going to take 6 stress.
Oh, if I take 6 stress, then I'm like,
Your stress explosion?
Oh
yep.
no, already?
Okay.
Wow,
Okay,
ooh,
hold
that's
on a
starting off
second.
strong.
London, you just keep rolling zeros. London, you rolled a 6,
6.
and you're trying to get an 8.
Mm-hmm.
With a 12, can I like pick someone up and drag them with me?
You know what? I'll allow you to take someone else. Who would you like to help?
I feel very sorry for Fizzwiz because I know that she's small and thus less likely to run as fast as the rest of us, so I just scoop her up and run.
Okay, Fizwiz, you don't take the stress. You get
Okay.
scooped up.
What?
So-
Oh, thank you.
And I settle in very comfortably, like, this is fine. This is how it should be.
And then London, you're gonna take 2 stress, and Bentham,
Okay.
you're gonna take 4 stress.
All right.
And you all kind of rush your way in, but only Pine Tree and Fizzwiz are going to make it on time. So we're going to start with them as Pine Tree kind of scoops up Fizzwiz, who's running very behind the other three, and just kind of scoops up and then like rushes past the other two, and makes it into the doorway as you hear like the like ringing of a bell when you push the door open.
Thank you. Pine
No
Tree, I
problem.
wouldn't have made it on time had you not carried me.
No, you would have totally run fast enough. I should have probably picked up Dazzle or Jolly because they were a bit slow.
Yeah, the snow's getting kind of deep out there, so I can't get my leg up as high. So,
Yeah, that's the reason.
okay. We have to make a present, right?
Well, first you need to get to your station and learn how to make cabooses. And
That's
then we
true.
can make a present.
Yeah, you kind of, the two of you look around and you can see the stations. There's station 1 all the way through like a bajillion, so you can pick any station you want. But you do notice that station 5 is already kind of like taken. There are a bunch of what looks like memorial gifts or something there. There's pictures of this elf that are on this thing. And it says mince pie, like that's the name of the elf. And I think for the for Fizzwiz, you don't have to roll anything. You kind of understand what's happening here. This is like if someone passed away, like kind of what people would put up like in remembrance of them. But you personally don't know mince pie.
Okay.
Oh,
And I kind of gestured to have you lean over so I can whisper to you.
Yeah?
like a memorial for mince pie. I didn't know them, but they did this for my parents not that long ago.
Oh, that must be really hard to see.
When I look around, are like elves like crying or is it just kind of like there's a picture up and people are doing their thing?
There's one person, they're not crying, but they're like placing a little present onto the chair. So you could talk to them if you want, but you do see other elves starting to sit down at other stations.
I should probably give my condolences.
Yeah, you should. I'll wait for Jolly and Dazzle so we can find a spot to like work together.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna just walk over to the elf and who's putting the present down.
Yeah, they look kind of sad. They put the present down and they're like,
Oh, hi. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, I didn't really know mince pie, but they went missing a few years ago.
They went missing? But then how did they find mince pie?
Not yet. There's a rumor, though, that someone found a piece of its cloth.
What?
Like, someone broke their uniform. Maybe they were ashamed and they didn't want to come back.
Wait, so then did they just say that mince pie is dead? Like, no more mince
I
pie?
don't know. No one's seen mince pie.
Has anyone tried looking for minced pie?
he thinks about it for a moment. He's like,
I don't know. It's been a long time now.
I just heard a rumor about an evil Santa called Krampus. Do you think that Krampus got mince pie?
this elf's jaw just drops and is like, the mind blown emoji is having that moment. And he's just like, no way.
I don't know. I just heard the rumor, so it could. Maybe it's correlated. I don't know.
He's just like having that moment where he's like conspiracy theory, thinking of it.
I gotta tell the others.
Wait, where did you get mince pie? What were you giving them?
I pointed the
Looks
gift.
at you and is like, shh, and opens the present a little bit and then tries to rewrap it. And you can see inside it's like a little bracelet.
Oh, that's nice. Maybe today I'll make a present to put over here too for mince pie.
The elf nods and kind of like scurries off.
the-
Are you going? Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say I just like look over my shoulder to see if the others have arrived because I would tell them. But
So
this-
here's my question for Fizzwiz and Pine Tree. Are you going to sit at your desk or are you going to wait for the others? Because they are late. Like it's coming down. You're looking at the clock that's like up on top of the thing, and it's ticking down, and they are not going to be here on time.
I would look over my shoulder, see if they had all arrived yet, because I'll want to tell them all as a group, but I would see that they weren't there, so I would scurry over to the caboose station and sit in my spot.
Okay. What number are you choosing?
What number?
Yeah. What number station?
Oh, let's go with 63.
Okay, 63. All right. What about you, Pine Tree?
Realizing that they're going to take a while to get here, gotta blame myself for it, but I'll find a spot nearby to Fizzwiz and clear out 2 spots next to us.
Okay.
So they'll definitely have spots.
So which numbers are you thinking?
So Fizzwiz has 63, and I imagine they go in numerical order. So I will take 66.
Okay.
And like leave 64 and 65 for the other 2.
Okay. Cool. You two. The next person to arrive is going to be Dazzle's really slow today. Jolly,
I'm always a bit
you're
slow.
next in. The other 2, you're already getting kind of there's an elf that's walking around with a paperclip, and they're like double checking. First they come up to you, Fizzwiz, because you're like first in line at 63, and they're like,
So, what toy you making?
I am working on the cabooses today.
All right. And you? Where are Jolly and Dazzle?
Oh, they're running a bit late. Jolly has some stomach problems, so they're just dealing with it.
roll me a cunning. This is going to be a difficulty 6.
Is 10 enough?
Yeah, 10 is enough.
Ooh.
She looks at you suspiciously, but writes it down and is like,
What about you? What you making this year?
Oh, I'm putting together some really cute gardening kits for kids.
writes it down, and then keeps going down the list. And Jolly, you make your way in. You can see that the person who's like checking up on stations is already like down the line, and you are very much late. The elves that are very close to you, like in the first few stations, are kind of like they'll turn and see you and then immediately go back to making their toys.
So Jolly registers them, and just then sort of shrugs it off, and he starts to scan the room for Fizzwiz, and werewolf's character.
Pine Tree.
Pine tree.
Pine tree. I almost guessed. Pine tree. Scans the room
Yeah.
for them.
You
Does he
see
see
them as you scan. Yeah, you're like, and you scan and you see them.
Cool. Yes.
It's hard
so
to
then
miss. The rainbow hat.
although he's late, he's still gonna just give it his best effort to rush that way, trying to dive into a position as quickly as
Yeah.
possible.
Which one do you sit next to? Fizzwiz or Pine Tree?
Pine tree.
All right. Jolly kind of pops into the spot next to you. And then we have, last but not least, Dazzle as you rush into the room. And you can see kind of like the same thing that's going on here.
I feel like at one point outside, I just like tripped over and fell in the snow and got back up again. I'm just like, okay, we're over there. Okay, just gonna rush over and grab the remaining station between Fizzwiz and Jolly.
Yeah, you pop into that station. Now, all of you, how this works for making a gift is it's all going to be off skill, because your skill as an elf shows you how good you can do elfly things. So each of you is going to roll your skill, and we'll see how well you make your present. We'll start with Fizzwiz.
Okay, so just roll a
And-
skill.
There's a chance you can win candy canes from this, because this is actually a task that you are going to be having from
Okay.
Santa. Because this is not really like difficult because you're elves, this is going to be a 6. Your goal is to hit at least a 6 to make a functioning toy.
Okay. I'm going to be very focused. My tongue is kind of sticking out of my mouth like that's Fizzwiz's focus face. Just tongue sticking out. Just putting together this little caboose. I got 18.
All right. Wow. That is phenomenal. Next up, Dazzle. We'll describe it all once we have how good everyone's presents look.
Okay, Dazzle for a minute. It's like, what do I make? I can make a sleigh. I'll make a toy sleigh. There we go. Oh, 12. Nice.
Ooh,
Best I can do.
nice. All right, Jolly.
All right, let's go for it. Jolly is preparing a Santa bot.
Oh,
Oh, not going so well.
it's a 2.
All right, Pine Tree.
Not 1 on the dice.
Can I spend 2 candy canes? I'm afraid.
Oh.
You can spend so you want a +2 to your roll?
Yeah.
So that will be 2d6 candy canes you have to spend. So do you have 12?
6. No, I don't. I only
Do you have
4.
6?
Oh, yeah, I'll only go 4. So
You have to have the minimal to spend it.
Understood.
Yeah. So you need to get yourself some more candy canes, which if you look at the gaining candy canes handout, it will kind of explain to you what you can do to gain candy canes.
Understood. Okay. So, here's hoping I roll a 6, because that's the only way I succeed at this.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
2.
Oh.
I mean,
2.
at least it didn't roll a natural 1.
All right, we're gonna start first
Well.
with the folks who did well. So Fizzwiz, you got an 18. Your toy looks exactly how you want it to look. Do you want to explain to us what it looks like?
It's the most beautiful caboose you've ever seen. It's like when you go to when you're a kid and they have like the trains you can go visit. It's painted very brightly with like orange and red and green, and it has little fine detail paintings of Christmas lights that run along the windows, and you can see through the windows and see like little seats in the train car that you could put little toys in if you wanted to. The wheels work really well, and I probably built a tiny little bit of track that you can like push it along, but it's only the caboose of the train. There's no other parts of the train,
But it's
just the caboose.
the most beautiful caboose you've ever seen. Roll me 2d6, and this is how many candy canes you're gonna get.
Okay, 2d6 candy canes.
And the minimum that you can get is 6, so you will get 6 no matter what.
8.
Okay, you get 8. 8 candy canes.
Puts you at 10. Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Puts you at 10. Is that her? Is she in the lead now?
Yep.
Nice.
Displace
In the
Jolly.
lead. Could be the one on Santa's sleigh. You get to wave
Woo!
to all the kids. Oh well, you want to give it to your family, right? That's
Yeah,
what you're
I gotta
planning.
win them back over.
Oh yeah, this is like a family. It's important. Next up, we've got Dazzle, whose present also looks quite. It's like exactly what you want. So what does it look like?
I made a little toy Santa sleigh. It's like, you know, very
Aw.
fancy. It's got like, you know, the nice like swirly bits at the end and everything, and it's just very, very nicely carved. Dazzle's surprised at his own abilities. He's like, oh, that's way better. I've never done toys before. This looks great.
All right, roll me a 1d6. The minimal you can get is 3, so you're rolling to get above a 3.
I got a 1.
1. So you get 3. You get 3 candy canes.
That still means I'm in the lead by 1.
Oh, beating Fizzwiz
And now it's time for the losers.
by 1. All right, now losers.
All
We've
right.
got both of you. Your presents don't look so hot. So starting with Jolly, what's going on here? What happened?
I think Jolly did some of the wiring wrong. The lights on this Santa bot don't light up. His hat won't stay on, and his belly is just popped open with like little wires and cogs that won't sort of shut. And it doesn't really say ho ho ho. It's more like is what the sound that it makes whenever he tries to. Yes, it's scarier than it is inviting. So that's what Jolly has produced here on the table.
Yeah, it's a little horrifying. Doesn't quite look like a toy that you want. Roll me a 1d4.
Okay. 1d4 incoming. 4.
Oh no, it's your belt. When you were trying to make this toy, you were getting wires stuck into different things, and all kinds of stuff were getting messed up. And your belt got stuck in one of the machines that you were using to like cut the wires. And part of your belt is broken.
Oh no.
So you have a -1 to all your rolls. You
Oh.
can buy a new belt. It'll cost you a candy cane. So if you look at the uniform section, that kind of shows you what happens here in regards to that. This year, we changed it so you don't only take stress. There's possibility you could break a uniform piece instead of stress. And I think this makes sense in this case, that it's less stressful. It's more you broke something, because you still have like a toy that does stuff, but it's not quite what you wanted. Pine Tree, what about you over there? What happens? What does your toy look like?
Not like it looks kind of like a mess, is what it looks like. Pine Tree got obsessed over like which color shovel to put with the kits. So they're holding a green shovel and a pink shovel while staring at a mess of soil. And unfortunately, for some reason, the seeds seem to be growing by themselves. It's really weird and means that these kits are completely useless. Oh,
Right.
me kids.
Roll me a, let's see. Roll me a 1d6.
2.
Ooh, your shirt is really dirty now. You've got like dirt from the gravel and the like mud that you're putting together for like this planting gardening kit, and it's just like all over your shirt. It's a hot mess. And so you're gonna get a -1 to your shirt uniform. You can get your shirt cleaned, or you can like get a new one for 3 candy canes.
3 candy canes. It's all my candy canes. Yeah, I like unbuckle the top and leave it to the side.
All right.
He's pretty ripped.
the camera pans to like rippling abs, and the 4 of you have your present. Now you're gonna take your present over to the basically your section changes over, and inside you can see like a bunch of rolls of different types of wrapping paper, any color that you can think of, sparkles, bows, basically anything you want. And there's a button that you can hit to like keep making it swap to different ones. So you can each decorate your present. And then you get to take your present to the tree. So we're gonna kick things off. I think we'll stick with the same order. Fizzwiz, to wrap your present. Now you have a caboose, which is not a too weird of a shape. So I'm gonna say that for wrapping of all of your guys' presents, it's gonna be, I would say a 6 difficult.
Okay. Should I roll skill?
Yes, it will have
Okay.
to be your skill. There's a chance you could use luck maybe, but I think it would make the most sense for skill.
Okay.
You
And
have to explain to me how you'd use luck.
No, I'd rather use skill because my luck's so low.
Skill is your elfly duty, so how you would, do elf tasks. Nice.
At
You got
12.
12. All right, Dazzle, you're next.
All right.
Wrapping that beautiful, perfect sleigh.
Yeah, Delta's like, okay, rapping. I know this. I got this.
Nice.
12, nice.
12. I was like, wait, watch him fail when he's like, I know this, I got this.
Oh yeah.
Um,
I was expecting
next
to
up.
at least do worse than making the present and be like, well, this is backwards.
Jolly. It's almost
Oh.
like every year you get better at wrapping presents.
Yeah, no, this is the best one yet.
I hope this isn't a repeat. Let's see.
10.
10.
Ooh.
I'll take it.
All right, last but not least, we got Pine Tree.
I'm gonna go get my shirt replaced first. Can I do that?
If you leave, you will be behind everybody else, but you could go get your shirt repaired if you want.
Yeah.
It's actually a 9. Wait.
Because of the -1 for belt.
Yeah, for my belt.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that -1 before multiplication or after for those at home?
Oh.
It is, double check what I wrote here.
I don't want to cheat the system.
It's true. It's either a 9 or an 8. Still pretty
Your
good.
ability on the penalties applied to the 1d6 roll before multiplication.
8.
So you're at 8.
8, yes.
Yeah, so 8, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go quickly replace my shirt.
Okay. So you're gonna leave your elfly duties. You know what you could do? Just because you're new to the game. You are marry made with somebody. You have someone who's gleeful. You could get them to do a task for you. Now, they will get candy canes for it. They don't get your candy canes, but they will get candy canes for it.
Do you want to do me a favor, Fizwiz?
Yeah, sure.
Can you get me a new shirt? Because mine is like covered in dirt right now, and that's not. It's like I like scratch part of my chest. It's not really like conducive to trying to wrap up presents properly.
So I was probably like very focused on what I was doing. I'd look over and see like your 6-pack essentially just hanging out.
Oh, okay. I can totally do. I mean, it's okay without the shirt too.
Well, it's the North Pole, so I imagine like I'm gonna get very cold.
Oh, that's true. I'm gonna go get you a shirt now.
And then I will go run and get a shirt for
Okay.
Pine Tree.
You're leaving your station. You're going off to get this shirt. So you'll be gone for a little bit. There is a present that's already wrapped. By the way, Pine Tree, that's sitting at Fizzwiz's desk, and it is a 12. It is a very nicely wrapped present. It also is a very nice looking present itself.
But Fizzwiz is my friend. No, I'm not gonna do that.
I'm just
It's
pointing it out.
Pine Tree's rippling pectorals are distracting the other elves. Great. It's a good thing to point out, and I think for like a split second, just one split second, I contemplate giving it. But no, that's not fair to Fizzwiz. Fizzwiz is doing me a favor right now. So I just leave it on their table and stare directly at my pink and green shovel, still trying to figure out which one to put in before I wrap it.
All right. With that, we'll go back to Dazzle. What does your gift look like as you wrapped it?
I think Dazzle goes for the classic. He goes for like the reds and the greens and yeah, I remember like he goes for some of the strategies he had last time as well. So he goes for like a very nice bow on it. He like adds glitter onto it just to, way too much effort into one present really, but this time it's the point is that you're supposed to be making one really good present. So he's gonna press all the special buttons on the dispensers to like get all the weird stuff like little gold star like stuff to sprinkle on it and everything. Gonna go all for all that with the good old red and green color combo.
And Jolly, what does yours look like?
Jolly's is covered in what looks like, I guess, 8-bit snowflakes all over it. Like that's the pattern.
Pretty awesome. And I guess we're looking at Fizzwiz's present that looks pretty nice. And as we see Pine Tree kind of glancing over at it, but doesn't take it. What does it look like?
It is wrapped in that brown paper you can get, like you get meat wrapped in, but it's wrapped in that, but there are like little hand-painted Santas on it. So there's like a little hand-painted Santa, and they each have different expressions and little golden snowflakes that I've painted in between those.
It's pretty.
I have a ×1 to skill. Even if I do well, it's going to be okay.
All right. We pan over to, so as the three of you are kind of waiting, Fizzwiz is running over to what looks like, there's like a little kind of caravan that's sitting out in the street. And there's a bunch of shirts hanging and hats hanging. There's some belts. It's basically like, they're selling wares for elves. So you can go up and you can buy a shirt for, let me see. I think I have the price on here. You can buy a shirt for 3 candy cane.
So like as I get there, do I realize I have to spend my own candy cane to do it?
Yes, you do.
Okay. And I
But
kind
you
of
feel
go,
obligated to. You feel like you want to.
I got the pep talk, and then Pine Tree carried me to my work, so I'm like, That's fair. And so I'm gonna reach in and grab some candy canes.
One shirt, please.
Hand it to the caravan.
Which one do you want?
Is there an invisible one?
Yes.
I linger on it for a second.
Perfect.
It's transparent. Not
Yeah.
invisible, but yeah.
I look at it. Is there like anything I could roll to see if Pine Tree would be okay with that?
Oh. You'd have to have gone and asked him, but we could retroactively say that you were asking him what kind of shirt he would
Yeah.
prefer.
Maybe as I'm backing out and I can't take my eyes off of you.
What about like you know how I like invisible, transparent? Would you be okay with that?
I'd like an actual shirt that functions as a shirt and covers up all of this.
Okay, like
Got red, green, yellow, red
I like
and
green.
green.
I mean, I do like green.
okay. So I'll run over and I'll make sure I'll linger for a very long
Longingly.
time, longingly on this.
We see like the little bubble pop up, anime bubble, where like you're thinking about what he looks like with the transparent shirt on. You kind of have little googly eyes for a moment, and then you realize like, oh, but he really wanted. And then you have like an image of him saying like, I really like green though.
Yeah, so my eyes wander over to the green and there's like a
The green one, please.
Lime green, forest green, evergreen. Like it's just like
Do you have a pine green?
nods and hands you over a pine green shirt.
Thank you.
so yeah, I'll get the pine green one for Pine Tree.
Perfect. And you make your way back with the shirt.
Is this good?
I probably would have folded it nicely and like walk over.
Here you go.
That's perfect. Thank you.
They had a lot of colors.
I immediately put it on and I kind of like model it for a split second. This is the most amazing shirt ever. Thank you.
It looks
Right.
great.
And because you have completed a task for your merrymaker, you are going to be able to roll 1d6 to see how many candy canes you get with a minimum of 3.
Okay.
And she spent 3 right to buy the shirt.
She did have to spend 3, yeah.
I got 5
5.
back.
But she
You're
got
up by
2
2.
extra. You're up by 2, yeah. There is a chance you could go negative or even,
I'm glad. I got 12 though, so I started out better than I left.
100%. All right. Are you rolling? 5. Don't quite make it. You're gonna take 3 stress, and yeah, you have a present. What does it look like?
It's actually okay. The problem is it's a brown paper parcel tied up with string. It's not Christmassy enough. It's okay. No one's gonna like throw it away looking at it. It seems fine. But those are not verbs. Those are not adjectives you want when you're describing a Christmas present. I haphazardly like put some glitter on it. I'm like, this is gonna do it. This is what we have.
Is
Okay.
it possible for me to help? Like them?
Yeah, you can help people do things, but it would take the time that you would be doing your stuff
Okay.
to help somebody else.
Could I do mine like with some mediocre Santas on it and help Pine Tree and Jolly with their wrapping?
You could definitely help. It will just it'll mean that your stuff's going to take longer. Like they'll be able to like start bringing their present to the tree, but you'll still be wrapping your present. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Dazzle, how
Um,
did yours come out? Yours was decent, right? Your wrapping?
The only
I
person who
got
had
a-
trouble was Pine Tree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I got a
Oh yeah,
12.
you're right. Okay, yeah, so then I would probably help Pine Tree.
Okay. So roll another skill.
12.
Dang. Okay.
Everyone out here just constantly rolling 12s, and I'm like,
You know what?
oof.
Fizzwiz stays behind to try to help you wrap your present, and it's almost like Fizzwiz like does it for you. Fizzwiz, I will say that you're going to be able to like lose stress because of this also. Do you have any stress still?
I'm actually not stressed right now.
You have
Surprisingly.
no stress. You're like max none?
Yes, max none.
Okay. Roll a 2d6 and you'll gain more spirit. So you'll have to put it in the spirit thing in the box because you can't change the total.
Okay.
You have to make it custom.
4.
4. You're gonna get 4 extra spirit.
Okay. I had 0 spirit.
Because you were doing their work for them.
Okay. I would probably lean over and be like, "Here, let me help you," and take my paintbrush and paint little pine trees on it with little stars and help you tighten up the edges and stuff.
Fizzwiz, this is perfect. Thanks.
I think Santa's gonna like it.
I hope so. I kind of really don't want to disappoint him.
Do I know much about how you got here? Like when you showed up?
He just showed up one day.
How recently did you like show up?
I think around this is his first year. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. This is his first year.
Okay.
You've heard about the customs in the North Pole, but this is your first year here that your parents sent you.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you like it here so far?
I mean, it's really nice to be around Santa and Mrs. Claus, but I kind of miss home a little bit.
Where is home again? Because I've only ever known the North Pole.
Chicago.
Chicago. Where
Are
is
you
that?
lying?
I mean, last time I said Germany, this time I said Chicago. Yeah, I'm lying.
All right.
To be fair, I probably don't know much of the world map because I've only ever lived in the North Pole.
Okay. Well, then what would you say is the difficulty for them to lie to you? Like a super minimal or like
I feel like
amateur?
I've been pretty vulnerable lately and I'm just trying to, connect with people since my family's kind of disowned me. I'm a little more forgiving right now, so I'd probably say a 5.
Okay. Roll a 5 cunning. If you beat it, then 4. Fizzwiz, you pick up on the fact that Pine Tree has said they're from different places every single time he talks. Something's not adding up.
Did you travel a lot throughout life?
I mean, you could say the entirety of the Earth is my home, really.
Yeah, but now the North Pole's your home, right?
Kind of. It's kind of like, like I've got family here.
You have who?
Because you're 6'6", right?
He does not look like an elf. He looks like an elf, but he's just huge.
Well, my family has been here for generations and generations and generations. I don't think I've ever met your. Who's your family here?
Oh, let's just say that there's an elf like really high up there that is kind of like an uncle to me, and then there's another one who's like really high up there that's kind of like an aunt to me. Kind of like my godparents.
My eyes would narrow because Santa is truly the only one that is his size, correct?
Kind of, yeah. There are other people, but most elves are small. There have been some bigger elves that you've seen, and some human-like elves.
I think my eyes would narrow on him because I've heard him say Uncle Claus before. And I would just, your secret is safe with me.
Okay.
I think Santa, who you do not know at all, will love this present of yours.
I think Santa's honestly going to be surprised they managed to fit that much soil in there, but okay.
It's a very... When he opens it, it's going to be messy. There'll be dirt. Dirt's going to get everywhere, but it's like a surprise. I think it's going to be really special.
Like confetti of plant matter and dirt.
Yes, it's going to be... Were there things growing in it? Did I see things growing in it?
No.
Oh, okay.
That'd be, I mean, seeds don't grow like that super fast. That'd be super weird. It's like if someone could manipulate time or nature. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
And my eyes would widen.
Let's just go put this under the tree because I think we're running kind of late.
Yeah, Jolly and Dazzle are already way ahead of us. It's just I grab the present like hurriedly and just rush over.
Yeah, the two of you are rushing. Meanwhile, we see like some elven boots kind of walking the colors of Jolly and Dazzle's uniforms. And it pans up and you can see the two of them kind of holding each of their presents nicely wrapped. And what do the two of you say to each other as you're walking towards the tree? Remember that Santa will be coming. So if you want, you could kind of like dress up the area or do something that could impress Santa before he gets there. Because you do know he's coming to investigate the presents.
I've got a good feeling about this year. I think this is going to be the one.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I always try and get in the sleigh, and I never quite make it. But this is the best present I've ever made.
Yes. Well, I think that I could have improved on my design. It even broke my belt, but maybe the presentation will make up for it.
Yeah, maybe.
And I present the wrapping. Well, how about I just give him the wrapping instead as the present?
Yeah, sure. Best foot forward.
I shall consider it. Puts it back down. Can I also buy another belt? Do you have time to do that?
Yeah, on your way, you see the vendor. It's like a little caravan that is selling wares.
Mhm.
You're trying to get a new belt?
Yes, to
A belt
take away
costs
this
one
negative
candy
one. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. So I'll spin one of those. Now my candy canes are now at 7.
All right. You mark that on his thing, Bentham?
Mm.
Cool.
With that natural one I rolled, I can't afford.
Who's in the lead so far?
It is Fizzwiz, leading by 1.
Ooh, Fizzwiz. Leading by 1. All right. The two of you make your way towards the tree. And like I said, you're going to be there before anybody else. So there's a chance that you can do some other stuff if you'd like. Just let me know what you'd like to do. Or if there's nothing,
I'll have a look around for like some supervisor level person.
Ooh, supervisor
If there's anyone around who's in the know.
For what exactly?
I want to ask him how long Santa's going to be.
Okay. You see
I'm
Glory.
ready. The sooner he gets here, the better.
You see Glory Toffee Glove, who you've met before. They are like in charge of quality assurance. You can see them. Saw my tree move. I was thinking a cat climbed it. You see them kind of like checking and inspecting the boxes underneath the tree.
What do you think of mine?
Looks at it and is like,
Well, that looks really nice. Nice.
ooh. He looks very impressed with your present.
I think Santa's gonna like that.
I'm very proud of it this year. Do you know where Santa is? Like how long he's gonna be?
Should be here shortly.
How long is shortly? That could be all
Well,
sorts of
what are you
times.
trying to do before he gets here?
I
Got
you know,
enough
I
time.
just-
If you need to go to the bathroom and come back, I think you're good. Or get a hot cocoa. You know, some people really like having their hot cocoa.
I'm just excited. I want him to get here as soon as possible.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh, fine.
He's
Is
coming.
everything going great? Everything running smoothly?
I mean, so far everyone's bringing their presents. I mean, look at the tree; it looks beautiful. We only lost one bulb this year. Had to get one of the reindeer to fly up there to help me get it down because it's really far up there, and I didn't want to go up the ladder again because last time I fell off of it, it was not a good experience.
Oh yeah, it
He's
makes
rambling.
Makes sense to use reindeer for that. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And Daniel's gonna be kind of looking around and just kind of. Now he's done his bit. He's like, I've I'm good. I'm ready on time, and this is great. And Santa's not here. Wonder if there's anything going on. And he's gonna be like looking around and just kind of watching the activity, and he's gonna be like, I
Okay.
know there's people
Yeah.
up to something out there. Any moment.
I
people
would
could
say
start.
if you're trying to like look around, I would either allow luck or will to be,
I'll
or
go for
skill. I would
will.
allow either of those. You just tell me what
I'd
how
like
you're
to
going
use
about it.
will.
Okay.
Definitely.
So more like your mind.
Yeah, this is one where like he's like, something's up. I already know. See if I can get any clues. And he's looking around to see if there's just anything suspicious going on or any weird activity.
Totally nothing suspicious going on.
8.
This is going to be oh yeah, I didn't get to put my difficulty up there, but I would say that this is going to be a 9.
Aw,
Barely
Damn.
didn't make it. You're not going to take
I'm good at that too. I got
Any-
a 2 on the dice.
any crazy stress from it or anything, but you look around and you don't quite see anything that looks off. You do see people putting presents under the tree. Some of them do look a little nervous, like they're not sure about whether they want to put their present under the tree. Others are like really gleefully and happily doing it. There's a person kind of standing behind another person, like grinning, as that person's putting 2 presents under the tree. Like, so that's kind of what you see.
Yeah, Dazzler just kind of looking around like, Like looks at the clock,
Jolly.
kind of squints, shakes his head, and
What do
carries
you
on
do?
looking around.
As you see Dazzle kind of like looking around, hands his present to the quality assurance master.
Well, Dazzle, let's say Jolly also approaches. He has decided to keep everything in order, but he wants to see if he can make any last minute, even the smallest of adjustment, just to maybe shaking the package around, hoping that'll assemble something together before he turns it in.
You wanna like find like a little extra touch to your present to make
If-
it more noticeable by Santa.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Just anything else to help in the distraction of the terrible craftsmanship.
That is going to be an 8.
Okay. With skill.
Yes, with skill.
Okay.
12.
Boom. First 12.
Yeah. I think with that, it's not, is that 5 above? No, it's not. But yeah, you amazingly make this look better. How do you change the wrapping to make it, even better than it was before? Because it was already pretty good, the wrapping. Yeah.
So with his new belt, he kind of holds it right in front of it. He spins the snowflake on the belt. It emits this steam that almost like irons out any wrinkles in the wrapping. And he goes, perfect. And he approaches the quality assurance. I hope this is up to your standards. Oh, more importantly, the standards of Santa Claus.
By golly, that looks amazing. He's kind of spins it around. He's like, how did you get it so form factor?
The key is steam. I steam my clothing and my presents.
He nods and puts your present under the tree.
And Dazzle's already turned theirs in as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dazzle turned his in. And the two of you are kind of standing there. You do notice that Dazzle's kind of like suspiciously looking around. Is there anything you want to do, Jolly, beyond putting your tree underneath the or your present underneath the tree? There are things that you can do, like that Santa's coming. You could set up something for him, or help kind of like make the area look nicer, or anything like that. Or you can look around suspiciously, like your companion Dazzle is.
Okay, yeah. What Jolly will do is just sort of size up the competition. And he's just strategically looking, where things are being placed, making sure there's no foul play, and that all the presents are, in order.
Okay, so you're kind of doing a similar thing where you're just kind of like looking to see the presents. All right.
Yeah, specifically the presents.
I'll allow luck or will, or maybe even skill. But depending on which one you choose, you'll get different answers.
He's going to use in his android-esque way, he's going to use skill. I'd like to try that.
Ooh, okay.
6.
All right. It's a hard thing to see, so you also don't notice it because it's a 9.
Okay, great.
But you look around and you see a lot of people putting presents down. Some of them are better than others, for sure. You could definitely tell the difference. Scoping up the competition, there are definitely presents that look better than yours.
Got it. But he'll make sure that his is placed, sort of on the outer edge of the present.
Are you
So it's-
hiding some of the ones that look better? Are you putting them further in?
I don't know if he like hides any of them. He might accidentally step on one or two. Accidentally.
Okay.
Not much damage, but
All right, roll me a cunning, and the difficulty is going to be a 7.
Can I trespass on this? I can
The
take
2 of
1d
you are going to be coming in for sure.
it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. See, look.
Okay,
Yeah, it was
take
not gonna be
your.
good.
How did that even happen? You rolled a 1. Take your 1 stress.
By the way, surprise, we do have a couple of zeros this time around.
Yeah.
We do.
Take your 1 stress. And as
Zero
this is
cunning.
happening, I think you do break some of the presents. And maybe it is on accident, but from the perspective of someone of the people watching, especially Pine Tree and Fizzle, Fizzwizzle, Fizzwiz, as you both start making your way over, you notice what Jolly's doing, and Dazzle 100% you notice because you were very suspiciously looking around.
Wait, are we like supposed to be intruding on each other's projects to make ourselves look better? That doesn't seem really in the Christmas spirit, you know?
What are you doing, Jolly?
It was an accident. My joints have not been oiled today. Plus, it is extra cold.
Grab him! Pine Tree!
Did he do anything to my present?
I don't think wouldn't have been your present. He wouldn't do that.
Whose present is it? Roll luck to see if it
Oh!
was
Yeah, that,
one of your
'cause
companion's
that
presents.
That affects how I respond.
I'll say
No!
the difficulty here would be a 6.
Not my friends. Okay.
Oh no.
This is not gonna be good.
Oh
One.
no! It
One.
is. It's Dazzle's present.
No!
No!
It's like, what
Actually,
are you
no.
doing?
Roll a 1d4. One.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait. 1 is Jolly. 2 is Pine. 3 is Fizzwiz, and 4 is Dazzle's.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Step on my own present.
3.
Three.
It's Fizzwiz. Fizzwiz's
Oh.
gift.
Oh. Oh.
In that case,
I
I'm
will
like,
just-
oh, it's just.
And you
it's
take one
just
stress.
a mistake. He just tripped. It's really easy to trip over all the stuff here. There's tinsel on the floor and lights and the
And
power
that's
cords
supposed
for
to
the
be
lights.
under the tree.
You got to put your present there, and you might, it's unfortunate.
And that's supposed to be under the tree, Jolly.
Fizzwiz, I apologize. I know that revenge might be the next course of action. I am prepared.
Can I tell if is there anything I can do to see if Jolly did this on purpose or if it was like an accident?
Jolly already rolled terribly on trying to hide it. It was 100% on purpose.
Can I? Okay, is Jolly the only one doing this? Can I look around to see if anyone's acting suspicious?
Yeah, you can roll me luck or will or skill. You'll get different answers based on what you roll.
8.
Okay, you needed a 9 to see what I want
Mm-hmm.
for difficulty. But with an 8, you see exactly what Dazzle saw. You see people kind of like putting presents under, some people looking very like suspiciously kind of over their present, like they're unsure about whether they want to put it under the tree, like if it's good enough. And you see that person who's like standing behind the other person who's like smiling, and the other person in front of them is putting both presents under the tree at the same time.
Smiling in a dangerous way or smiling in like a happy way?
Smiling in a way that's like they're getting someone else to do something for them. Like they don't have to put the present under the tree. Someone else is doing it for them.
I go up to one of the people who's like unsure, and I say, "Look, I know we all know Santa. He's gonna love whatever you've done. Don't feel so down on yourself. I think we all need to like calm down, okay? This is only one thing we need to do before Christmas. Santa cares about all of us. So let's not like trash other people's gifts or be ashamed of our own. All right? I'm telling you right now, this present, I'm holding up mine. It sucks. It totally sucks. But I know that Santa's going to appreciate the work I put in at least. So I'm going to put it right here, and I like put it gently on top of another pile of presents in full view. I'm not going to pretend like this is something to be ashamed of when I slightly screw up. And I don't think any of us should either. Can I roll affection?
Yeah, roll affection. I think
Ooh.
this is like a 5 to kind of like inspire everybody around.
What about a
Words
12?
of wisdom.
Ooh, 12. All right. Yeah, you give this super inspirational speech. I think all the elves around start putting their presents underneath the tree. All the people that were unsure originally, they all smile and they're like, yeah. And then other people are helping other people. And it just becomes like everyone's just like happier and being kinder. Roll a 1d6.
I'd love to.
And you're trying to get above a 3.
2.
So you have 3 candy canes. So yes.
Candy.
You can't roll below. So you get a minimum of 3.
I
Well-
got 7.
While Pine Tree's giving this inspirational speech, can I be on the floor trying to fix my present?
You can. We'll see how quickly, like if you get it before Santa gets here, because Santa is on his way. So this is going to be a skill, or I will allow a luck.
I think I'd like to roll skill.
Okay. And this will be a difficulty of 7, because it's pretty crushed.
Okay. You probably hear me under my breath.
I was gonna make him a hot chocolate, and I was gonna do all this.
An 18.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yeah, you fix it, and it looks even better than it did before. Because what was it before? It was
It
like
was
a
a 12
12.
before.
Yeah, it's even better than it was before. Explain to us what this looks like as you fix your caboose and the wrapping paper.
As I put it back together, it's probably because I remember how I put it together the first time, so I do it a little quicker, and then I'm able to paint even more lights on it, but they glow now, they turn on. I've somehow incorporated wiring to make it light up, and when it moves, it makes a train sound now on the little track. And I wrap it back up, and I probably paint more expression Santas on it, but they look a little more detailed than they were before.
Nice. You just bust out some things out of like that you have in your pockets. Roll me a 2d6. You're trying to beat a 6.
Okay. 2d6. A 9.
Get 9 candy canes.
Damn.
What?
Yeah.
Someone's rich in them.
I look over
Yikes.
at Jolly.
I'm sorry I got upset. There's just a lot riding on it this year, and I don't like it when I act out like that.
It's okay. I accept your apology. No revenge needed. I should apologize for stepping on your present.
Jolly,
You
I
all
am sorry.
hear, as this apology is happening, you hear the swishing of a sleigh and the jingling of reindeer bells coming.
Jolly, what's this obsession about revenge, man?
Revenge? Well, revenge is something that I am very familiar with. It has been programmed into my systems. I am at constant odds with it, and I must suppress these revenge tendencies.
Wait, hold up. Revenge against who?
Revenge is a concept mostly. Any offenders at all.
Maybe a hug will help?
And I'll go over to Jolly and give you a hug if you'll let me.
I have never been hugged before.
Oh,
Today's your lucky day!
And then
You
I'm going to go
fixed
over
it.
and give
And it's
Jolly a hug.
It's the stiffest hug that FizzWiz has probably ever had. And cold and metallic.
You
I-
give nice hugs.
Can I get in on this crew?
Come on in.
I give like a crushingly affectionate hug.
I
You
will-
can-
I'll
it's-
join in as well.
Yes, you can almost hear it. It's almost
Aw.
like a can, like squeezing.
That's great. As we see this group of elves hugging, there's a few other groups of elves hugging as they're inspired seeing them hugging, especially after Pine Tree gave like this epic speech. There's people helping each other put gifts under the tree. It's just like a very happy atmosphere, and because of that, Pine Tree, can you roll me a 2d6? And Fizzwiz, can you roll me a 2d6?
5.
A 10?
Pine Tree, you get 6 candy canes, and Fizzwiz, you get 10. And the 4 of you, all in this group hug, see Santa coming. Dazzle, you're a little distracted by this. Like, you get in on the hug at the end, but you're like looking, because I know this whole time you've been super perceptive, kind of like paying attention. You notice that the reindeer that are pulling the sleigh are actually not the A stable. It looks like they are the C stable reindeer.
I was like looking out the window. I'm like, what? Like the B stable, they were still like in their stalls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did they bring out the C's? Maybe it's just because it's not main Christmas business. Huh. Oh well.
And the rest of you kind of look around, and you can see Santa spinning around the tree, coming down, and the sleigh kind of lands in front. All of the other elves kind of gather around, and Santa pops out of his sleigh, and he's like,
Oh, Merry Christmas.
and you kind of see him like patting the different elves on the head. He winks over at Pine Tree, and he starts like picking up presents, and one at a time, kind of like inspecting them over, and then putting them in a bag. And the bag, he just has this one big red satchel, and he just keeps putting presents in there, but the bag doesn't look like it's getting bigger.
Can I help by just picking up a bunch of presents and like helping Santa, like giving them to Santa so he doesn't have to reach out for every single one?
You're like handing them up to him?
Oh yeah, like piles at a time.
Sure. You like run up and you try to be helpful. I think for like handing him some presents, we'll say that that's like a 6. It's like pretty easy, but kind of teetering on the line of like a little bit more difficult, and ensuring that, you know, it's quick enough for Santa as he's like going through them.
What should I roll, my friend?
Tell me how you're doing it. I would allow skill, athletics, luck.
It's
I would allow
definitely
any of those.
It's definitely athletics. Like he's
It's definitely
picking up
athletics.
piles
Yeah.
of presents at the time.
So it's more
Using-
of it's more of like you're just like holding them up for Santa, and less of like you're like really assisting him with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Santa's the only one who gets to touch the bag. I don't get to touch the bag. 16?
All right,
Nice.
16. Whew. That is way above and beyond a 6. So roll me a 2d6 for how many candy canes you're gonna get.
I keep on rolling one below the average.
So you get 6 plus roll me 1d6 more. Okay, so you give 6 plus 5. You have 11.
Uh-huh.
The
Cool.
2d6 were for the going 10 above the main,
Mhm.
and the extra 1d6 is for attending to Santa. So,
Excellent.
yeah, that's how many candy canes you got. That's pretty good. Does that put
Almost
him in the
24.
lead, Bentham?
No.
No, Fizzwiz is still in the lead with 31.
Damn,
I
Fizzwiz.
didn't. I
That
don't know
most
how I
recent
know.
10 was big stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So-
All right.
So this is like Santa's just putting the presents in the bag.
Santa's inspecting them and then putting them in the bag.
Can I make? Is there like a hot cocoa station? And maybe
A
since-
$100.
Okay.
You're in the North Pole. Is there a hot cocoa station? There are like one on every corner.
Okay, they're like
My
the
dear
Starbucks of the North.
Yeah, it's called Snowbucks.
Oh, okay. I'd like to. I feel like
bucks.
would my family, since we've been around for generations, know like the exact way to make a hot cocoa that Santa likes?
Ooh, I will allow you to roll to see if you
Like-
know this recipe.
Okay, should I do skill?
I would say luck or skill would make sense to me.
Okay.
I would maybe even allow will if you could.
Will's a 0 for me, so I feel like I'm gonna try to avoid that. But maybe it's been passed down verbally over the years, so I'll roll a skill.
Yeah.
I got a 6.
Oh yeah, I need to set the difficulty. I think that for that it's like a 6 makes sense to me because it's difficult for an amateur but easy for a pro, and it's like a family recipe that you have made. So 6 makes sense. You're not going to get anything bonus for this, but you do know the recipe. So this is you knowing the recipe.
Could I like go over to one of these stations, whip up one of these hot cocos, and bring it over to Santa to give to Santa?
That will be a skill for
Okay.
sure.
So I'll run over to one of these stations and just like methodically, like when I'm making a present, my tongue sticking out and I'm like putting together the ingredients.
Yeah.
I stir it with a candy cane for just exactly 3 turns. I got a 6.
Okay. Oh yeah, let me give you the difficulty before you roll too.
Okay.
But I think that you are able to make this hot cocoa. It's making a hot cocoa. You're elves. It's not a difficult thing. It's probably like a 4 or a 5 in difficulty of making hot cocoa. Plus, you know the recipe for your family. So I will say, yes, you get your hot cocoa. No extra bonuses for that.
Okay.
But you have it. Now you're carrying your warm cocoa.
To Santa. And then I would get over there and
I made you your favorite, Santa.
my eyes would get extra big and I would try to get extra cute.
Santa takes the hot cocoa, and he's like,
Oh, thank you.
and he kind of like just chugs the hot cocoa like it's a shot, like it's like nothing. It's hot. It's like scalding hot, but to him it's fine. It's almost like it like cools in his mouth, and you can like see steam coming out. And he just chugs it, and then he hands you back the mug, and he gives you a good wink. With that, roll me a 2d6. You're trying to get above a 6.
Okay. 5.
You get a 6. 6 candy canes.
Okay.
Still
Wow.
pretty good.
How does Santa seem? Like, does Santa seem like, his usual jolly self? Does he seem a bit off?
Yeah, he actually seems like super jolly. Like super jolly and happy. And just like really excited to see all his elves like working together. Like he walked into here. And sometimes people can be a little selfish. So he thought there might be some of that. But this year, everyone's been super kind to one another. It looks like they're helping each other under the tree. It all seems it seems like it's going very well so far.
Does Santa have any other like new attendants next to him that kind of came in with him, or are we able to just straight up approach Santa?
You can straight up
wi-
approach
without-
Santa. There aren't any other elves that were on the sleigh with him, but you do see the reindeer that are in front. They're not the main reindeer that you know of.
Right.
They might be, some of them you might know their names, but like others probably not. They're not like the famous reindeer.
Right. Well, Jolly just would like to, approach Santa, just getting in line with everybody else that might be approaching. But when it becomes his turn, he says, Santa, if you need anything, Jolly is at your service. I was hugged for the first time today, and I am ready to help.
Oh. Hugs are great things.
Would you like a hug, Santa?
Oh.
He puts out his arms like offering a hug.
I want to give him the best hug that's ever been given. Can I roll anything to
Ooh, affection.
really impress Santa
Yeah.
here?
And this is like to give like a really, really good hug, a 6.
Okay,
Like above and beyond. Like a normal hug is a 4.
got it.
So you'll give him a hug no matter what, but this is to roll like to really give him the hug.
This is the hug.
We are rolling to hug right now.
12.
12.
Nice.
Woo!
I
Tell us
learned
what
from
this
the
hug
best.
is like.
This hug is It's not cold. It's not robotic. He has learned. It's almost like he has extra elbows now. Like these have been properly oiled up, and he just sort of goes in for the hug, and he even has like a little, like a little nuzzle into Santa.
Aw, that's sweet. I think
Yes.
that you are setting a nice atmosphere here. So roll me a 2d6 and you're rolling for above a 6. 5. So you get 6 candy canes.
Oh, okay. I'll take them.
plus
Anything will help at this point.
One more 1d6. So you're rolling to get above a 3.
Okay.
And yes, this year there are much more candy canes because we are setting a minimal now. So it makes it feel less bad because the RNG was very much like, you're rolling 3d6 and you could roll all 3 ones, right? And then you're like, well, I get 3 candy canes versus. So I kind of have like a min amount that you can get and you're rolling to go above it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
We're at 4.
All right.
So,
So the 4 plus the 6. So 10.
Oh, get up to. Oh, nice.
Yeah, nice. Jolly's making his way up there. Has he caught up to you guys at all?
No.
No.
Nope.
London's like, no.
He's gone from last to not last. I'm now last, so progress.
I started first. Oh.
That's true. You did start first.
Hey, Santa, where's the usual crew? I mean, Clarice is like Team C, right?
Santa looks at you, kind of like you should know better than to like say that one reindeer is better than another type of look,
All of the reindeer are lovely. The others are a little busy.
Yeah.
It does look like he's trying to reassure you, but maybe he's not fully sure himself.
Do you want like some of us to go check on them, see if we can help out?
You know what? When you say that, when you offer that, Santa says,
Actually, yes. That would be kind of you.
and he kind of points you out to, he tells you to go talk to Frosty Chocolate Jump. And like, this is kind of like a mission that you've been sent from Santa. And if you are able to complete this, you will get 3d6 candy canes. So anyone who assists in this, talking to Chocolate Jump and figuring out the problem that might be occurring with the other reindeer.
We can do that. That sounds like a great idea.
Let's do it. Fizzwiz,
Agreed.
Jolly, you coming? Nice.
Yes, I shall be there.
Anything for Santa.
Santa pats Fizzwith on the head and says,
Oh, oh, oh.
and goes back to kind of like looking through the presents and putting them in the bag. As the 4 of you begin to start walking towards the stable, I'm guessing is where you're headed, you hear something. It sounds like clicking. Click, 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 click. And there's a group of presents, about 17 of them under the tree. They're all wrapped in yellow wrapping paper with a giant red bow, spring open, and inside of them are giant mechanical robots that look like bunnies. And you hear them say, "Activating protocol. Target acquired."
Can anyone
And-
punch one?
All 17 of these bunny robots start hopping towards Santa. And that is where we're going to take our break.
No. Wow.
Not Santa.
Not Santa.
Nesla just thinks, oh, finally.
Oh.
Also, just so you know, if you save Santa's life, you can get 4d6 candy canes
Whoa.
with a minimal
Let's do
of
it.
12.
It's on.
Nice. All right, we're going to go to break. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Go grab a snack, maybe some hot cocoa. We'll be back soon with part 2. See you then. back.
we live?
Hello. Yeah, we're back. I
Hey.
counted.
Welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Santa RPG to kind of recap what happened previously. Our lovely elves have crafted and created some wonderful presents and wrapped them in the most beautiful wrapping paper. Even if one of them did crush another one's gift, it's perfectly fine. And they've kind of attended to Santa and helped Santa as Santa has arrived and is checking out all of the presents, putting them into the bags. But whilst Santa had sent them off to deal with something, they're checking in on the reindeer with the reindeer hand to figure out what is happening. He didn't really give any details on it, but he wanted you guys to go ahead and assist. Whilst you were walking away, though, something from under the trees started to shake, or under the big tree started shaking and making some interesting whirring and clicking sounds when 17 bouncing rabbits, mechanical rabbits, sprung from matching gifts, and they are all hopping towards Santa. What do each of you want to do? And you can assist each other in what you're doing as well. Let me know.
How big are they?
These rabbits?
Mm-hmm.
They're about 2 times the size of an average elf.
So it's much bigger
Oh.
than me.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like the
they're-
size of one of the
okay.
reindeer. It's pretty big. Big rabbits.
Can I take some
Oh,
of the
you- you're muted,
decoration?
Oh, sorry. I was about to say that's light work for pine tree. That's what I was saying.
I was thinking if there's tinsel or like a rope light of string lights, like Christmas lights, if I could rip that off and like I'd yell to whoever's closest to me. I'll probably say, "Jolly, get the other end," and I'd throw it and try to make a line so that
You're
we
gonna
can
clothesline them with,
try to
with
clothesline.
lights.
Yes.
Yeah, there's definitely lights. There's definitely tinsel. So whichever one you want, 100%.
I feel like the lights would be more stronger, more stronger.
Yeah, strong. More stronger.
More stronger
Yeah.
than
More
tinsel.
stronger. Yeah, 100% they are stronger. And you rip. You're going to like rip some lights off this tree. You're shouting at Jolly to grab the other end. The both of you can roll. I think this is definitely athletics. I could be convinced something else if you can explain to me how you're going about that.
My athletics is very low, so could I say that I've decorated many a tree in my years and family that I could skillfully take the lights off the tree in a way that doesn't harm the decorations on the tree, but that it's like I'm very adept at using string lights?
Yeah, I would say skill would work. Don't roll yet until I give you a DN. But I think, okay, skill would work. Jolly, are you cool with using an athletics check for this? Or
Yeah.
Okay. So
Sure,
maybe Jolly's the one taking it off, but you're the one kind of like directing him how to pull the lights off.
Okay.
Go with that.
This is going to be, you're basically pulling this off and then you're going to use it as a clothesline. I'm going to say this is going to be something that only a pro can pull off. I'm going to say it's an 8.
All right.
difficulty.
Athletics.
Athletics for Jolly, and for Fizz, it's a skill.
Oh,
I got a
both
6.
sixes.
Oh, I got a 6 as well.
Sixes.
Spicy.
All right. Both of you take 2 stress.
Sorry, Jolly.
That's
And
okay.
you are unable to take it off the tree. And I think what happens here is you're trying to pull it off the tree, but the tree starts tipping. So the tree is kind of like crooked now and could potentially fall over. There's a little bit of spark happening with one of the lights, and one of the bulbs has fallen and it's shattered.
Are the other presents gone from underneath the tree?
Which presents?
The presents that, because we put all of our presents underneath the tree as well, right?
Mhm.
Did Santa already pick all of those up?
You guys like handed them to them, so yours are the first that were in the bag, so you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna bull rush some of these bunnies.
Okay.
Preferably one, like bull rush one into another, so we have
Okay.
a chain of bad happening.
That sounds like an athletics to me, right? And I think to bull rush these bunnies, they're pretty big. This is gonna be a 9 because these are, and you're trying to like get them in a line, like push one into another to
Mhm.
try to take two. I think that's like a 9. That's going to be difficult for a pro to pull off.
Can I spend 1d6 to add a +1 to this?
You can roll me a 1d6.
I can do that. For
Ooh,
a whole
do
5.
candy canes. Remove 5 candy canes, and you get a +1 to your roll before multiplication.
Yeah, I like boost myself up, and some candy canes fall out of my pocket. As I put my foot back, I just crash them under my heel as I charge forward, spending that athletics, and then I'll add 4 to this. Oh my god, I rolled a 1, but that makes it an 8. Because that's a 2 times 4.
Wait, what's happening?
I rolled a 1, but I add +1 before multiplication, right? So that's an 8. Which is because I spent a d6 candy canes.
So was your athletic? Is your athletics a 3 normally?
4.
It's normally a 4. So it'd
Yeah.
be 5d6.
5d6.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how. So you add it to the multiplication
You
table
mean 5
Yeah, but you
times
add
the
it
D6,
before you
or-
multiply. Yeah.
Before I multiply.
Yes.
Okay, so what does that make that number?
So you need to roll one more d6.
Oh.
Because it's 5d6.
Oh, I
It's
roll
4
I
times
roll-
the d6, isn't it? So it's if you're adding
It's
1,
5 times the
it becomes 5 times the d6 number.
Yeah, it's 5 times the d6.
So I rolled a 5.
Yeah, so you rolled a 5.
Darn. Oh well.
Rolling a 1. That's rough, man.
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't quite do this, and I think what happens here is that you go to bull rush the rabbit, and you just kind of end up going with the rabbit. Like you are now like this rabbit's like hugging you, and you're pushing forward with it,
This is not the kind of hug that I like.
and he's
Oh,
like
no.
bouncing towards Santa, and you're like stuck to him. Jolly, or no, not Jolly. Jolly, you're helping with the lights. Dazzle, what would you like to do?
Where is Santa currently relative to these shenanigans? Like, is he in sight of the rabbits, or is he like round the corner at the moment?
He is on. So like the rabbits are bouncing towards him, and Santa's like by his sleigh. And then you guys are kind of like away from the tree, running towards. So like Jolly and Fizzwiz ran up to the tree, and they're like trying to get in front and kind of clothesline them. Pine Tree like just bull rushed one of them and is now like running like with the rabbit towards Santa, and you're kind of like watching this all.
Okay, I want to run towards Santa and kind of warn him and be like, Santa, look out! Get behind the sleigh!
Okay.
And I want to just like wave my hands and be like, look, robot rabbits, run!
Yeah, I would allow affection or luck here.
I'll go with an affection.
Okay.
What do I need?
I think that to kind of shout at him and get his attention, because there's a lot going on right now, is probably an 8.
Okay. 8,
An
nailed it.
8 you have. So go ahead. Explain to us what happens as you're getting Santa's attention.
Yeah, I want to run up to him and try and like get between him and the rabbits and be like, quick, take cover, and like direct him behind the sleigh. And
Yeah, Santa quickly jumps into the sleigh and ducking down, kind of like peeking up over it, watches. And he starts kind of like shouting to the reindeer to hopefully get them to like go. Going back to Fizzwiz and Jolly, it didn't work. You weren't able to get it. The tree looks like it's tilting over. You can see Santa is inside his sleigh. Pine Tree's, you're not really sure what's going on with Pine Tree, but it looks like he's hugging a rabbit. You do see Dazzle kind of standing in front of the sleigh right now.
I would look over to Jolly.
Do you have any ideas?
Well, sorry. Well, let me see if what we can do here. Can I look at these opponents? They're like really mechanical, right? Like very
Yes.
obviously.
Very obvious mechanical. You've seen some robot elves who look very like almost more elven than robotic. These look like purely robotic bunnies.
I've seen elves that are Like android?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I am
there
one.
Yeah, there are android elves. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes, like me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying, like, you've seen some that, like, you might look more android, but others look more like elf
Right.
skinned. Like they don't show that they're as much an android, right?
Right. One more question. Would I know if there's any sort of sprinkler system in this room?
Ooh, yeah. There's probably like some irrigation for this giant tree that is in the middle of the town, for sure.
I turn to Fizzwiz. Do you think we can trigger the irrigation system? It might short circuit these bunnies.
Oh, we could try.
Yes.
And is there like a fire alarm or something that we can set off?
Well, you're outside, so you
Oh.
could make it snow. You guys know that there's a snow machine. It's usually in the stable though.
Okay.
But it's a big snow machine. It makes a lot of snow.
But if it's for the irrigation for the tree, though, are we able to maybe direct this towards the bunnies, though, perhaps?
That would be under the ground. So the thing that's watering the trees is under.
It's fully underground. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I crawled under the tree and like is the tree stump in like one of those watering things that is like constantly being irrigated?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a way for me to get in there and like pry open the side so that water will start flowing out from underneath the tree?
You can definitely try.
I have an idea, but you might need to get away from it if it works.
Yes. If I'm thinking what you're thinking, I shall run and take cover away from this. I will be damaged as well.
And I would look at Jolly and go,
Save yourself.
and then I'm going to climb underneath the tree, like army crawl to it and try to like pull apart the thing that keeps the water for the tree and try to make it flow out.
And I want to use something as like a makeshift umbrella to shield myself.
Okay. You're not like a gardening gnome or elf, so this isn't your expertise. But all right. Before we do the roll, we'll see whatever. So, and then Jolly, you're running. Basically, you're running away to try to get as far away as you can so it doesn't mess your circuits up.
Mm-hmm.
Pine Tree, what do you want to do?
I'm now hugging it. I don't want to disengage from it because at least I'm close enough. I'm going to like hug it back, grab its ears from the backside and just like decapitate it.
Okay. You're grabbing the long mechanical bunny ears from behind. Okay. And then Dazzle, what's your plan?
Do the rabbits seem like they're just going for Santa, or does it seem like I could distract them?
It definitely seems like they're going for Santa currently. They don't seem distracted at the current moment.
Can I try and distract them?
Yeah. Well, how are you going about distracting them? You can certainly try.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of like, so if once Santa's like out of view, I'm gonna like kind of run up a bit and be like, oh, where'd he go? He must have gone. He's gone that way. So he's over here. He must be. Hey, Santa, over there! And just I'm waving at nothing.
Okay.
It's like a corner of a building, and I'm just gonna start kind of running in that direction and kind of distracting them that way.
We'll start with Fizzwiz, Giggle, and Jolly. Fizzwiz, I think this is going to be a skill check, or a luck. I would allow, and I think this is gonna be pretty difficult. So I think it's gonna be like a 10.
Okay.
It's really something only. It's pretty difficult for even a pro.
Okay. I'm going to muster up all the determination I can and hopefully go Rambo on this thing. I got a 9.
Oh, barely didn't make it. All right, and Jolly, for your athletics to run really fast. I think this is gonna be a 7 because you're just running away from a tree. It's not like crazy difficult. 12. No problem. Roll me a 1d6.
Okay.
You're trying to beat a 3.
Cool. And for flavor, I'm gonna say he's spinning that snowflake propeller to give himself some turbo speed.
Nice.
5.
Right. you get 5 candy canes.
Yes.
And then it's because you went. It's for every 5 above the DN, you get an extra 1d6 candy canes. In case people have been wondering. And then it's gonna be Pine Tree to see how well this goes for you. I think this is
Decapitated
an
robot
athletics.
Yeah. That's fair. I feel like that's fair. How? How did I roll
Oh.
another
Oh,
one?
No.
I definitely think that that's not possible because to like decapitate a bunny by its ears, I think would probably be like an 8. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So take 4 stress. What are you at in your spirit?
I'm at 18.
Oh, you're not bad.
Oh
You're
yeah.
like a tank. All right, with that, you're not able to. You're like pulling the bunny ears, but nothing's happening. The bunny seems like really unfazed by you grabbing its ears. It just kind of just keeps hopping. And you're like really trying very hard, and you're like, man, what is this thing made out of? And Dazzle, let's see if you could be like, which way did he go, George? He went that way. I think this is going to be cunning because you're trying to like trick somebody into thinking that. And I don't think another one will work, but you can let me know if you.
No, that's all right. We'll just put it
Yeah.
up to the dice. What's my target?
Okay. I think that the target here to distract them, because it kind of can see there is a lot going on, but they do have a target acquired, is going to be an 8. Be pretty
Okay,
difficult.
it's possible. It's doable. Let's see.
But they're not very smart, so that's why.
6. Damn it.
All right, take 2 stress,
Okay.
and you find yourself saying this for a moment. They look at you, and then they just jump right over the top of you and just pass you.
No.
Oh, the one actually has Pine Tree like on it, hugging it, jumps right over the top of your head and just jumps towards where they can see Santa's sleigh lightly. It's starting to take off. The first reindeer is up in the air, but it's going to take 8 rounds for it to fully be up in the air.
Oh, that's a lot of rounds.
Yeah. So next up, Giggle and Jolly. What's your plan?
I mean, I'm going to still try to tear this thing open if I can, give it another go.
Okay, Giggle. You're down there. It's a heap of a mess. What was your roll? A 9?
Mm-hmm.
You're very close to the DC. I think it was a 10, right? For the BC.
Mm-hmm.
You're so close. So you didn't break anything here, but it's not working. You cut like a different wire. You're not really sure what's happening. It looks like now the water's just like kind of seeping through where you cut it, and you might have to like re-infuse it and then like cut the right proper wire for you to have like a hose that you can like use to basically like spray down like as like almost like a water gun that you could like
Mhm.
spray down these things with.
Okay, so I'm going to try to do that. And can I spend a candy cane to, or like
can.
however, do that just to
So-
try to boost it up a little bit?
For every 1d6 candy cane you spend, you can get a +1 before multiplication.
Okay, so I'm going to just do 1 then. 1d6.
Okay.
So then I roll a d6 to see how many candy canes, right? Okay. 5.
5. Ooh, expensive.
The expensive
so remove
one.
5.
Okay.
Add
Oh,
your +1 to your roll. This is going to be a skill roll, right?
yes. So just for this roll, it's a skill.
People want to kill Santa. They're
I
like, "Kill
know. An 8?
Oh, 8. Still, it's even lower than before. Not quite. I think you don't get the nozzle readjusted on there, and you're not able to get it. And you cut the other wire, but now there's no pressure coming in. So now water's just like trickling out of the hoses, and now you have 2 hoses, but they're just like limp.
Oh no, I made it worse.
You know how all of us were like getting 12s and 18s before?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Those were the good days.
Jolly, you're running, and now you've ran past the tree pretty far. Like you're almost at the edge of the forest. You're almost heading towards the reindeer stable. You're like looking down the hill. You don't see Fizzwiz with the hose like you thought you would, spraying these bunnies down. You see Pine Tree holding onto a bunny that's flying over like jumping over the top of I keep wanting to call you Perrin Bentham, of Dazzle jumping over the top of Dazzle and like going over, and then you see the sleigh, like one reindeer is lifting off. And you just kind of like, you're pretty far away, you can see the entire picture. You're muted.
You muted.
I'm always muted. How far away is the nearest bunny to me? Like, will it take a whole action to try to get to one?
If you wanted to like tackle it, yeah. But if you want to do like some kind of ranged attack, you'd be fine to like do from the distance that you're at. But for you to like, you'd have to like run up and get to the bunny, because you are pretty far away now.
Yeah, having a clearer picture and now seeing no water here, I think I want to go back in and just really close the distance on one of the bunnies, and then hopefully I can do something on the next turn.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think you need to roll necessarily for this. I think you can run towards the bunnies. Okay. No problem. There's no like threat near you. So I feel like there's no danger. You book your way towards the bunnies. Okay. And Pine Tree, what would you like to do?
So I'm part of a cavalcade of bunnies heading towards to kill Santa.
You are.
Is there a tree nearby? Because I remember someone dropped some lights nearby.
There's there's a big Christmas tree.
If I brought down the Christmas tree, would it smash some of these bunnies?
Hey, stop it. Sorry, what?
If I brought down the Christmas tree, like brought it down, would it smash some of these bunnies? Because I remember it was already teetering before.
Sorry, my cats are
okay.
battling around me. Help. Hold on, I'm going to tell my fiance to come.
Just a tail repeatedly coming into shot.
I know, because she's hiding from him. Stop, you both of you. All right. Repeat it again. I'm so sorry.
If I brought down the Christmas tree, would it smash some of these bunnies?
It would, but it may smash other people. So you might want to like be like, timber or something, like warn people.
I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to like, watch out for the tree. And then I'm going to like grab some.
You did see Jolly also running to the bottom of the tree. So you know Jolly's like at the bottom of the tree.
Aw. It's okay. I'll rescue Jolly after this. One problem at a time. I like try to hop off the bunny, grab the lights, and I'll try and lasso the tree to bring it down.
Ooh, I think this is definitely either going to be luck or athletics to kind of like grab on to the lights as you're like on this bunny and like leaping off the bunny to kind of loop around.
I'm going to spend
like Tarzan style.
Can I spend 2d6 candy canes or just the one?
You can, as long as you have 12 candy canes, you can.
I have 19 right now. So let's do it.
I thought you had 24, damn.
Oh, yeah, because I knocked down 5 from earlier. And now I knocked down 8, so I have 11.
Okay.
All right, -8, and you get a +2 before multiplication.
So I have a 6 athletics for now.
Correct.
Here we go.
36.
Jeez.
Now you don't get candy canes for going above because you spent candy canes. So if you spend candy canes, you don't get candy canes as a reward for going over.
Darn.
36.
I think that is
Explain
the best
to us
roll
what
we've
this
ever
looks
had.
like.
Ooh.
This is amazing. It is going to happen exactly how you want. Go for it.
So I'm like hopping on this bunny. You know what? I'm going to make it even cooler. The bunny crosses by a bunch of discarded lights. I grab them with one hand. I climb up the bunny with the other. And with my feet on its shoulders, I toss the lights over the top of the tree. Watch out! And I tug it so that it like sweeps and knocks down as many bunnies as I physically can while I'm like riding on this other bunny with just my feet clamped around as a head.
Yeah. I think that's pretty amazing. Do you want to hit less bunnies and have it be when you say watch out, more elves hear you? Or would you rather have more bunnies affected and potentially some elves are in danger?
Less bunnies, more elves saved.
Okay. With that then. All right. Roll me a 1d4.
1d4 it is.
Okay. And then roll me a 1d17.
1d17.
Mm-hmm.
I have to remember how to roll in this thing. Believe that's how it works. 16.
Oh.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. So, you can see that there is one elf still under the tree, and it is in fact Fizzwiz. Fizzwiz is under the tree. Fizzwiz, you hear Pine Tree kind of shouting, but by the time you look over, you can already see the trees coming down, and it's starting to bend, and you can hear the cracking of the wood, and it's coming down towards you. Jolly, you can see this as you're running towards the bunnies, but the tree looks like it's going to come down and hit and crush one of the bunnies that you're heading towards.
Okay.
And with your previous athletics roll, or you didn't really have to roll, but like at this point, I think you're trying to dodge the tree that's coming for you. So
Okay.
roll me in athletics. I think this is going to be a 6.
Gotcha.
Because you're not quite that close, but no
12.
problem. Roll me a 1d5 or 1d6. Sorry. All right. You get 3 candy cane.
Yes.
And Dazzle, you definitely hear this shout as the tree's coming down. What would you like to do?
Can I get out of the way? Am I in the way?
I think where you're at is not where the tree's falling, because the tree's falling. I would assume he's not trying to have the tree fall towards Santa.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
I think you're good.
If there's any bunnies near me, I'd like to shove them into the path of the tree, or try and do that at least.
Ooh, all right. That's an athletics for sure, or luck.
I'd prefer luck for what little difference it'll make.
Okay, it's just how you would do it. It's just going to be more on accident that it happens than
Okay.
anything.
What's the target?
The target, I think, for this is going to be an 8.
Okay. Here it goes. Oh, 2.
2.
Loved it.
Take 6 stress.
Oof.
And where does that put you at? Your spirit?
I'm still at 27 spirit. I have really high spirit.
You guys are tanky,
I've
yeah.
been taking some hits to it though.
You see this tree falling down. You try to maybe like kick away to get yourself out of danger, but you're only really able to help yourself. And the rabbit that are jumping over you actually kind of like help protect you, and then you also like are not getting hit by the tree, but neither are they. And there's one rabbit that you see that just gets crushed by the tree. It's just like right in front of Jolly. Bits and pieces of its gears, Jolly like fling forward towards you, but you're able to like matrix dodge them. And now we're kind of back in it. One of the rabbits is completely crushed. There's a couple other ones that are like pinned down, but they're like trying to like pull themselves out, and the others are hopping still towards Santa. Santa's sleigh is like now the second group of reindeer kind of like lifting off, and we'll go back in line. Fizzwiz, you've got 2 limp hoses that are trickling water.
So did I dodge like the tree kind of coming down?
The tree just kind of like fell down above you. You're like
Mhm.
under it now. Like you're like stuck under it. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah. So can I even see out to see the other rabbits kind of hopping? Like, can I see their feet moving around?
All you see on top of you is like the half of the tree stump that is like above you, and then a bunch of like pine, branches. You're kind of covered. It's like you're in like a little nest underneath. You don't have to dodge anything, but you got covered, and you're like now a mole. You're like in a little mole hole. And there's tunnels too where the water hoses are.
Okay. Do I have access to any more things from now that I can see the tunnels and things, like to get the power or like get the water pressure back up?
You do see a way that you could get the water pressure back up. If you get these looped back in, and you're able to like get the seal back on, then you can control like the pressure of the water. You keep pulling the wrong things, and then you broke the two, and now there's no pressure in it.
Now that I'm here and I am kind of covered by the tree, I'm gonna try one more time to see if I can make this hose situation work.
For sure, it's a 10.
Okay,
It's a hard roll.
I'm not gonna spend any candy cane. This is gonna be the one. I feel it in my bones. Got a 9. It was not the one.
So close. 9. I know. Where did all those 18s and 12s go?
I know.
You're so close. You get one of the hoses back on. And it's like tightened. But the other one, you're just like having a really hard time. It's, like when you have a necklace and it gets knotted and you're like really trying to get the damn knot out of the necklace so you can
Yeah. It's frustrating.
Frustrating because you're just trying to like stick it in there. Yeah, that's the situation that you're having. You're like kind of sweating a little. Like we just see like little sweat bulbs coming down poor Fizzwiz's forehead underneath his hat. Gets sweaty under these hats sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Jolly, you can see that the tree is completely on top of Fizzwiz. Fizzwiz is down there. You saw a bunny get completely crushed, little pieces flinging towards you. You see 2 more kind of trapped underneath, like their legs are trapped underneath. But they're like trying to struggle to get out from under the tree. And then there's a whole bunch of them, like 14 or something, still jumping towards Santa right now.
Okay. Yeah. And Fizzwiz is pinned.
Fizzwiz is under the tree. Yeah, like the tree is on top of where Fizzwiz is.
Like trapped.
Yes. Oh
yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Cool. Yeah. I want to, if knowing that, I feel like Jolly would go and try to, help out and see if I can lift it at all, or maybe like pull some way to get out, to get
Okay,
Fizzwiz out.
some way to pull the tree. I would say there's multiple ways that you can go about this. One is luck. One is like will, like you're like think of a crazy strategy. Another would be like some type of I would allow some type of elf skill if you could explain to me what you would be doing, or athletics where you're just like legit just like full pulling it off.
Right. Athletics. 10.
And Fizzwiz, you take a stress.
Just one.
Actually, instead of taking stress, I think in this case, you rip part of your shirt.
No. Okay.
I think part of your shirt gets caught when you're trying to do the thing, and actually no, it's the tights. The tights get ripped because you're like on your knees, like trying to like get these little bits and pieces together, and when the tree comes tumbling down, one of the branches scrapes on the tights, and that little tear.
I just imagine my character is in like the vents in Die Hard. Like I can't remember, like just like working underneath this tree.
100%.
Do I take -1 now because of that?
Yes.
Okay.
London. Cool. What are you're rolling athletics to get to push the tree? Yeah, with a 10.
Yeah, just
What?
to free it. Yeah, just to free
with
it.
a 10, you push the tree stump, and it's like some kind of crazy feat that you're able to like move the stump over, and you can now see Fizzwiz down there.
Fizzwiz.
And Fizzwiz, there's a bunch of light that has now come through.
Oh, I thought I was dying. My
Not on my
stockings
watch.
got torn. Look at it.
Oh, well, I can't help there. Moving on. And he moves, and he goes to move away again. He's looking for another bunny. That's where he's headed off to.
Okay, he's headed off to go get a bunny. All right, Pine Tree, what's your plan?
How is the bunny that I'm currently riding like a bull? Is that bunny fine?
It's fine, yeah.
Great.
Well, did you loop back onto it? You like Tarzaned and then looped back onto it?
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Okay. Because you're pulling the tree down and then you let go of it, so you're not like still holding on to the. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. The bunny that you're on seems fine, and it is the forward front bunny heading towards Santa.
Of course it is. So I'm on like its shoulders, 1 foot on either side. I like jump down to drop to my knees, and this is my second time trying to behead this darn rabbit, and I'm going to twist my knees to try and break its neck.
Okay. Athletics. I think to break its neck, it's going to be like a 9. It's hard.
I'm not going to succeed. I'm calling it right now. That 36 is my only luck. 20.
Ah.
Not gonna do it and you roll a 20. All right, tell us how you, oh my gosh, take this poor bunny's head off.
Poor bunny. It's trying to kill Santa. So I do exactly what I say, like jump up, pushing down on its shoulders. It like struggles for a split second before I crash right back on. My knees are on its shoulders, and I twist and jump off, rolling on the snow and tossing its head like a good several kilometers.
Shadow of Mordor style, the bunny's head slow-mo is rolling. You see like the two long ears like flapping in the wind, slow-mo, like bits of like wires coming out of its neck, its eyes just like blink from having like a bright blue pastel light until like fading, and then it twitches and its head kind of rolls over and dies. And the rest of the body like is still jumping, and then slowly it starts jumping slower, and you hear like and it like starts falling over, and it falls over, and you just hear a loud clash. One of the other bunnies like jumps on top of the robot bunny's body and springs forward up even further.
Leave him alone. And I think that's my turn.
All right, and Bentham.
I'm stuck. I'm like, probably there's so many cool things you could do if you had athletics. The thing I don't have, so I'm like, how do I?
There's other things. There's skill. There's
Yeah,
affection.
but my
there's
skill's
cunning,
also not
there's
great.
luck.
I'm trying to think,
mean,
like, how can I affection my way out of this problem?
Pretend to be on their side, maybe, or like
Well, that'd be
empathize
cunning.
with them. I know you want to kill Santa, but we need to like discuss these murderous urges of yours.
It's true.
I want to try and trip some of them up. They're doing big hops. If you can catch their feet, they'll like trip and fall over.
Pine Tree, roll me 2d6.
Absolutely.
So you're gonna try to trip the bunnies? Is that your plan?
Yep. We'll
What are you
use
gonna
either tinsel if there's some nearby, or maybe fairy lights, whatever's nearest.
Yeah, either of those. I mean, it's the North Pole. There's definitely lights. There's tinsel, whichever you'd like. And I would allow skill or athletics for either of these, or luck.
Okay.
So you
Let's go
have
for
7
skill.
seven new candy cane for you. Skill. All right. That is going to be to trip them. I would say an 8.
All right. Fingers crossed. That's a 1 for a total of 2 again.
Stress.
How much stress?
6.
Okay. I'm not sure in all this time I've ever actually maxed my stress, but it could happen. It could happen today.
Could happen today, yeah. I think in the past you've just been really lucky too, and you haven't had to do a lot of crazy rolls. Okay. Next up, I think you go to try to trip these bunnies, but you grab some tinsel, but like it's not enough tinsel, and it just like the rabbit just kind of like runs through it and breaks it. And you're like, well, tinsel maybe wasn't the most effective option there, as the bunny like just rips through it and charges forward and is jumping. Next up, we got Fizzwiz. You can now see out. There's a way to climb out if you want. You have one hose back on, the other one's still in your hand.
Okay. How many bunnies are left? Can I get a count of how many there are?
You look around and there's at least 10 bunnies.
I think what I might try to do, and they're all heading towards, like, is Santa still in the sleigh trying to get away?
Yes.
Okay.
There's 2 strings of reindeer that are now, or 3 strings of reindeer now that are kind of lifting off.
Okay. I think while I'm still fumbling with the pipes, I'm going to take a minute and just see if I can distract the rabbits.
Okay.
And just call out,
That's not even the real Santa. I know where the real Santa is. That's a decoy Santa, and you're going towards the wrong Santa. So you should come talk to me because I know where the real Santa lives.
That's gonna be a cunning for sure. You're defo lying to them.
Yes.
Trying to deceive them. And you have
so-
a -1 here.
So I'll take that off my
Unless you
cunning.
steal someone else's tights.
Did any elves die?
There
Tree
is-
fell?
There was only one elf when the tree fell, and that was you.
Okay, so no
He
elves
rolled to
died.
see how many elves. There could have been 4.
Okay. So I don't see any legs sticking out with leggings up
No.
for grabs. Okay.
No, but you do see legs of like bunny rabbits, like bunny robot rabbit feet.
But they don't have stockings on them, right?
No.
Dang it. Okay. I'll just try to roll this cunning.
You
And
do
I'll-
see Jolly. You could ask Jolly for Jolly's tights.
Well, I know how important our uniforms are to us. I feel like I can't take it from someone else. So maybe I'll try to find some time to go shopping here shortly.
In the middle of chaos, just like, hi, can I get a pair of stockings? Thanks.
Are there like actually like other elves kind of huddled around that I could?
Oh yeah, there's elves around. They're all frantic.
Okay. I think what I do, I'll try to distract the bunnies, and then I don't know if I need to do it for my next turn. I'll try to get stockings from another elf that's kind of huddled around.
Okay. Do your cunning. Let's see how it goes. I think that this is going to be a 7. They're not very smart, but it's still a pretty difficult because they have a mission. They're like they have like a protocol that they're programmed for.
Okay. I normally have 3 cunning, but I lowered it to 2 just so I could roll the 2 for this. I got a 12.
Nice.
Ooh. All right. Yeah, you distract them, and you can roll me a 1d6 as well for candy cane.
Ooh, 4.
Yeah, you get 1 extra from the base, so 4 candy canes for you.
Yay.
And yeah, that means that these bunnies roll me a 1d12 to see how many you distract.
Okay. 2.
2 of them. 2 of them are completely distracted by you, and they turn around and they're locking eyes with you, and they're waiting to see where you point.
Okay. When I realize I have the attention of 2 of them, I take one of like the floppy hoses and I go, "It's just that way," and I just kind of gesture towards the open wilderness.
A little bit of water squirts out and goes that direction. It's like not very eventful.
He lives there. There's a big house. You can't miss it. You gotta head about 100 miles that way.
They both go darting that way, and they're like, target, reassess, activating. And then they both like start what sounds like powering up. And then you just see like jetpacks from underneath their feet, and they go flying forward that direction. Look on your face is hilarious.
Wow.
The other 10 bunnies are still hopping towards the sleigh. Pine Tree, what would you like to do?
So I just I rolled on the snow, killed one. Can I? One just jumped over my head, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, you're on one, you said, right?
Yeah, I'm on one, but I
Oh
dislocated.
no, you
its
jumped
head.
off because you were just head off. Yeah, one
Yeah.
just jumped over you.
Perfect. I'm gonna take the fairy lights that I just dropped, grab them again, and this time try to lasso the bunny so I can use it as an improvised weapon to hit something else.
Yeah. All right.
With
All right.
another
You're gonna
athletics
lasso it
check.
around the bunny
Yep.
and try to go with it. I think that's an athletics, most likely, or some kind of skill. I would allow maybe, or luck.
I mean, I'll be honest. The only number I have above 2 is athletics, so it's always gonna be athletics with this man.
I'm just giving you options.
I appreciate it. Does it 24
Wow.
do it?
Yes. It was definitely going to be difficult. So, yeah, tell us what this looks like when you do this.
Yeah, so I roll on the snow. I grab the fairy lights I just dropped to lasso the tree. I reach around. I toss in the direction of one of the jumping bunny to lasso it. And can I actually hit another bunny with this bunny?
Sure.
Yeah. And I swing it over my head and bring it down on another rabbit. Just chasing forward towards me.
Yeah, it knocks out another one's like kind of stunned and knocked out. And then you're like lassoed onto one of them that's jumping.
Mhm.
And roll me 2d6 for Candy Cane.
I'd love to.
And then Jolly, you were kind of running to look for another bunny that's around.
Yes.
So you get a 6 then. 6 candy canes. Because the minimal you can get a 6, but you rolled really bad.
I'm a
Homie.
You know what? I'm rolling well where it matters to protect Santa. It's okay if I don't get the candy canes. It's fine.
How is our candy cane at Anthem?
For
He
playing...
just got 6.
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
24.
Oh. You're 24. Fizz still in the lead with 36.
All right. Okay, Jolly, what's the plan? There are 9 bunnies still going. One of them is attached to your friend. Like he's like following this bunny. He's got like a light wrapped around its foot.
Okay. My plan is to go up to another bunny, and I really just want to kill them with kindness. You know, I just want to show some tough love. So I want to give a hug around the legs that will then crush the legs with my robotic strength.
All right, athletics.
Could I argue for
A
affection?
crushing hug.
It's a
Affection is
hug.
more usually like you're talking
Okay.
rather
okay,
than
I
like
love
physically
you,
crushing
yes.
something.
thought. All right, let's try it. Athletics. 6.
6. I think for this, you are able to hug them for sure, but it doesn't like crush them. But you're able to get a hug on. So you're like holding on to one of these rabbits, but you're not. It doesn't crush them. And you're gonna take 1 stress.
I promise I'm not defecting. I'm just trying my best, y'all.
But you're like riding. You're a robot elf riding a robot bunny right now.
I mean,
It's great.
Doesn't look
I
good.
believe we call that doing a pine tree. Because that's how I started this combat.
This is true.
Yeah.
Um,
Inspiration.
next up, Dazzle, I think, is left.
Okay, so there's other elves around, right?
Yes.
Are they doing much to help, or are they just kind of panicking?
They're kind of panicking. Some of them are trying to do stuff, but it's not very effective.
Okay, this is something Dazzle tried once before and he completely flubbed it, but maybe this time it'll work. I want to try and rally the elves.
Rally the elves. Oh yeah, you did. You have tried to rally the elves. Okay,
Yeah,
that's an
yeah.
affection for sure.
Emphasis on the tried. Yeah, but I'm gonna kind of run up to like where there's a bunch kind of panicking and looking on and running around, and I'm like, everyone, we need to protect Santa. Get out there. Get in the way. We have to help him together.
Okay. I think that this is going to be pretty easy because every elf by nature, for the most part, unless they're evil, wants to help Santa. So I think this is going to be 5. So it should be pretty easy. It's an
Okay.
affection roll.
You say that.
Just don't flub it.
Okay. I didn't flub it.
Oh,
8. I almost
barely,
flubbed it. Got a 2 on the dice.
barely get it, but they do. They all go, okay. And so they all kind of like look to you and they're ready to help with however they can with helping Santa. So they're calling you have like this group of like 12 elves now that are just like looking at you, waiting on bended knee to assist you.
Yeah, the one where Dazzle's
which-
like, oh, it worked. It worked. Everybody charge! And I'm just gonna kind of lead them at the bunnies and just try and like overwhelm
You all
them.
charge. It's like an army of elves, like in little Santa outfits, running. And you see another group of reindeer kind of lifting off, and Santa's sleigh is almost coming off the ground. Whiz, we're back to you. You can see 2 bunnies flapping away from you as you're now climbing out of the hole.
Are there any elves nearby that I can ask for their stockings?
There's 2 elves. They're hiding underneath like a bush, and they're like nestled together that you can see.
Okay. I would turn to both of them and
I won't tell anyone that you're here, but give me your stockings. One of you, please. Mine are torn.
I would allow that it's either affection luck or cunning to try to get them to give you their stockings?
I'll say cunning, because
Okay.
I'll probably go.
This is
I
going to
won't
be
tell-
pretty easy. You just need to beat a 4.
Okay. I'll just probably look at them.
I won't tell them that you're hiding here while I'm trying to save Santa.
I rolled a 9.
Perfect. Roll me a 1d6.
Okay.
I'm trying to beat a 3.
5.
Perfect. You get a 5 candy cane, and you are able to get the stockings. They don't match your other stockings. They're like bright pink, but they are stockings. You're no longer at a -1.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna go save Santa.
And then I'm gonna try to get up and is that all I can do this time?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a lot of stuff that you just did. You're like behind the bush. We just see like pants drop, tights go up for legs,
New pants
and
on.
then yeah, Jolly. What would you like to do
did
now?
I get candy canes for my rallying cry before?
No, because you rolled an 8 and you had to beat you didn't go 5 above.
Oh, okay.
For every 5 above the DN, you get 1d6.
Because this is all to save Santa, and if we save Santa, that's when we get like the main.
That's when you get through 4d6. Yeah.
Okay.
Where is Santa now? Like, what's his status?
He's on the sleigh. He's like hiding and he's like peeking out every once in a while. And now there's like 4 rows of reindeer lifting off.
Okay, cool.
So he's almost in
Um,
the air. Like the bottom of the sleigh is like lifted up, or the
Mhm.
front of the sleigh is like lifted up. The back is still touching the ground.
Okay, since my death hug didn't work, I'm gonna just do my best to distract the ones that are making their way towards the sleigh. Just giving it
Mhm.
more time to take off. Whether that's me just yelling, over here, or something like that,
Okay.
just to get their attention away.
I would allow cunning for this. That makes the most sense. Like you're trying to trick them into like looking your way, right? Unless there's something else that you're trying to do, you can try to explain it to me.
No, okay, no. Here's what he
What?
says.
Okay, I'm
Gonna
hearing you
say,
out.
Robot friends over here. I love you.
Okay, all right. I'll allow affection for this. I see what you're trying to do. I would say this is a 7. Oh,
Oh no.
Or
Take
One
3
would
stress.
die.
You're stuck as a bed for London.
and once this is like spent, what it goes into the
Are you out of
stress
stress?
explosion. I'm not yet. Almost,
Okay.
but
Yes, if you go down to 0, you will go into your stress explosion.
which will be interesting in this case. Okay, great.
All right. Next up, we have Pine Tree.
Okay, this is gonna be really tough. So Jolly's just on top of a bunny. Okay,
He's like hugging a bunny and he's going like, "Robot friends, I love you." But like no one's like paying attention to him. The other bunnies are like, "Is he our friend?"
I think with even a 4, even I could tell, oh, this is not convincing. But I've got a bunny attached via fairy lights, right?
Yeah, you
So-
are like you're the bunny that you're holding on to fairy lights and you're like ka-thunk ka-thunk as this bunny is jumping, but the lights are like wrapped around its foot.
I'm gonna like try and put my feet in the ground as best I can, and I'm gonna swing it so it sweeps the bunny that Jolly is on right off its feet.
Oh, like you want to swing this bunny to hit the bunny that Jolly's on. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. That's an athletics for show.
Let's give it a shot. Watch.
This is going to be another difficult thing. That's great. Like you've been doing some crazy stuff. This is going to be an 8. The
So
other ones
all I
have been
need-
10 plus.
All I need is to roll a 2. If I roll a 2, we'll succeed.
Whew. Oh my gosh. How are you doing these?
Oh goodness.
Roll a 2d6.
Up 2. Yep.
Okay,
6.
You're got even. You got a 6.
We're 30 candy canes, folks.
6 candy canes. And with that, explain to us how this happens. Jeez, a 20.
Oh, good lord. Okay, so I like twist around so my feet are like as best in the snow as I can manage. My little pointy shoes are poking up, looking like a little V deep into the snow, just
Oh, yeah.
digging in. I'm reaching out behind me, and like I'm using all that momentum to swing it around so the bunny like crashes into the snow first and gets dragged along and just hits the other bunny, the one that Jolly's on, right at the knees.
Okay. Yeah, the bunny starts like tumbling over, and the bunny that you have has been smashed, like bludgeoned by like the ground. And now there's a bunny that's attached to the rope that's now laying on the ground, and then the other one that Jolly you were on has toppled over, and it because the way that it toppled over, it like broke your fall, so you're fine. And now there are like 7 bunnies left hopping towards Santa's sleigh.
Jolly, you okay?
My ego is bruised, but physically, I am well.
You're doing great, pal.
Thank you.
Dude, pine trees like crazy, like knocking things out. It's nuts. Okay, Dazzle, it's your turn. You just saw this amazing feat that Pine Tree did as like you and 12 other elves are like running forward like a little army. And you're
Okay,
like,
I'm gonna
run!
I'm gonna try just kind of directing them. I'm like, just group up, bring them down.
Okay. They're gonna form up in 2 groups of 6. And they're gonna both groups are gonna try to grab 2 different types of bunnies. And try to listen to you. So roll your affection to see how like effective your commands are as you're like commanding people to do stuff.
What's my target?
Your target, I think, here is going to be an 8.
Okay. 20. That's more like it.
Explain
Now
to
we're
us what it looks
talking.
like as these 2 robots go down. There's
It's
5 left.
like as we're charging in, I'm just like leading the charge, and I'm just like, form groups, bring them down, and then I'm just gonna like leap up and like grab one, and like just like climbing up it and holding onto it, and then I'm gonna like hanging off it. I'm gonna be like, get on it, come on, and just get them all to like pile on, and we'll just weigh this thing down till it like falls over.
Yeah, there's 2 rabbits now, robot rabbits that are just like pinned down to the ground by all of these elves. And roll me a 2d6. You're trying to beat a 6.
Nice. 5.
You get 6.
Okay.
You get 6 candy canes.
6 is okay.
Fizzwiz, you've got your tights on. They're not your tights. You got bright pink tights that are someone else's tights. It's fine.
They're not torn.
They're not torn. We just see your torn ones laying on the ground behind this bush. And you can see this crazy scene happening. There's a tree falling down. There's a bunch of rabbits that are on the ground. 2 of them are piled on top of by a bunch of elves. One of them, you can kind of see where Pine Tree is like helping Jolly up.
One last time, I'm going to try to make this hose work
Okay.
to spray the rest of these bunnies.
You run over, dive into the hole, and you're going to try to do this. As Santa's sleigh is like now lifting completely off the ground.
I want to spend 2 candy cane, or like, I want 2d6.
Okay. So do you have 12 candy cane to spend?
Yes.
All right. Roll 2d6.
Okay. Roll a 2d6.
This is how many candy canes you're spending.
7. Okay.
So minus 7 of your candy cane, and then add up 2 to whatever you're rolling, which I think is skill, right?
Yeah, so that'll bring it from a 3 to a 5, so I'm going to put them up to 5 just for this roll.
Mm-hmm.
And the target's still 10?
Yes.
20.
You finally get it after so many tries. What does it look like?
I jump on top of that broken part of the stump, and I grab the hose, and I like hunker down, and I go, suck on this, bunnies! And then I try spraying the ones that are hopping towards Santa, and I'm trying to like aim for the parts that will short circuit.
Perfect. Roll 2d6 first.
Okay.
This is very anime. I love
6.
it. So 6 candy canes. And then roll me a 1d5 to see how many bunnies you hose down this round.
I hope I get a 5 on this.
5. All the bunnies. What does it look like?
I just feel like, you know when you grab a hose and you like make the end so it like sprays in a fan? I start doing that and I just angle it over all the bunnies. I'm sure a couple elves are getting wet too. But you just see sparks start flying and it's like the fireworks that were on my parents' hot air balloon. But you can, if the camera pans back to me, my eyes are lighting up with just fire and lights as these bunnies are hopping and then start smoking, and I like to imagine they stop hopping right by Santa's sleigh, just a few feet away.
Oh, 100%. Santa's eyes widen as one looks like it's like almost gonna touch him. It's like teeth looking like almost vampiric, as like kind of like you can see like the front teeth of the rabbit are pointy. And it just goes almost to bite Santa, but just like short circuits like right in front of it is like, and its mouth just open, and Santa like horrified, the sleigh lifting off, and Pine Tree and Dazzle and Jolly, you can all see Fizzwiz just like hosing these final rabbits down in front of you. And you're all out of combat, so you can all talk and commence. And also, if everybody would please roll me 4d6 for saving Santa's life. You all partook.
Woo.
And you're trying to beat a 12. If you don't beat a 12, you just get 12.
Ah!
Fizzwiz getting
Oh, no.
over the...
This
And
was
Dazzle.
as usual.
Everyone else
Hacks.
gets 12, but Fizzwiz and Dazzle get 14.
Oh my gosh.
Right. And I'll leave it to you guys to kind of wrap up the scene and say what you want to say. And if there's anything you want to do.
Oh my! I look at it, and all I can see is the carnage I did. I knocked down the tree. I've been like tossing lights everywhere. Oh hell! I screwed up. I totally screwed up.
We did it!
I'm just waving the hose around in the air.
There's like water sprinkling. It's like turning into snow because it's so cold.
I'm just dodging it. I'm not getting near that.
The
it.
the water that hit the robots like turned to ice, and like now they're frozen on the ground.
This
I-
is just for you, Fizzwiz, but I think I'm pine trees drenched.
The shirt's just like tight on your skin. I'll realize I see Jolly and I go, oh, I should not wave this around. And so I'll try to like stifle the hose and put it back into the spot where it's supposed to water the tree
Yeah, no problem. With your 20, you're able to do that.
while I'm oogling pine tree sugar.
Oh no. At least it wasn't a white shirt. It's okay.
Wet t-shirt contest on the North
It-
Pole.
Might be a little nipply. It's fine.
Oh.
Is everyone all right? And Dazzle, Jolly, Fizzwiz.
We're okay. Good work,
All right
team. I say
here.
to like the other 12 that were with me.
Yeah,
You
they're
really
all
took-
cheering for you, actually. And they're like, yeah, good teamwork. And they're all high-fiving. A bunch of them are like high-fiving you, getting really excited.
You have great managerial skills. Applause.
Yeah.
Who put the bunnies under the tree? Because that's not okay.
I bet it was the North Coalition. They always like to do this kind of thing around Christmas.
Can I inspect one of the bunnies to see like what?
Oh, yeah. That would be either a luck or a will. Or I would allow a skill, but you'll get different information from each of those.
I have one luck, so I'm gonna just go up and start looking at it and just see with luck if I see anything.
Yeah, if anything happens to be strange as you're looking at it.
Is it-
The difficulty for this is going to be a 10. Is hard.
Oh, okay. Well, with a 1d6, I probably can't get that. But you would see me go over and start like poking at it.
You guys can assist for sure. Multiple
Yes.
people can
Oh.
look.
Here, let me help. Screwed up. And I like try and lift up the tree to put it back where it's supposed to be. The tree I knocked down.
Hmm.
So, more bunnies are now visible. Yay.
Okay. Lifting the tree is an athletics. It won't assist her in investigating, though.
I think really that he's just very, very sad that he destroyed Christmas. Because that's who he is. Yo! He's very, very sad.
Yeah, you can't. You try to lift the tree, and it is difficult. Take 4 stress. It's a big tree. And you try to lift it, and it's just stressing you out. Plus, you're feeling guilty about the fact that you knocked the tree over, even though it was to help Santa. You're personally feeling like Christmas is ruined, but Christmas is not. Santa still exists. Jolly and Dazzle, do either of you guys want to help Fizzwiz, or are you doing anything?
I'll take a look at the robo rabbits, the robits.
Okay, so like I said, it would be either luck, will, or skill, and you'll get different answers based on
I'm
the
gonna
combination
do
you guys
will.
do. Will, okay.
What's my target?
10.
Okay.
But you're combined with Fizzwiz.
Ah,
You're combining your stuff together.
12.
All right.
Nice.
Jolly, what are you doing?
I would like to also just inspect them and look for any sort of connections to my physiology. I'm not as clear on any connections. So I just want to just curiously just take a look.
Okay, that would be skill or will. You can't use luck in this case.
Okay, we'll do. Let's do skill. 2.
Oh. All right. You're going to take 8 stress.
Okay,
All right. And then the other 2,
it's gonna explode.
you two combined are able to figure this out. Neither of you is going to take stress or gain any candy canes from it. But from looking at it, Fizzwiz, you have a hard time finding anything that's odd about these other than it is strange that they're bunnies, that they're mechanical. You guys do make mechanical things here in the North Pole, but something about these are very different. The gears and whirs and things that are here are all very interestingly shaped, and everything's made out of chocolate, some form of chocolate. Like the gears are actually like this very hard chocolate. There's some like caramel, like weird glue that's kind of gluing them together. Like the mechanical aspect of this is very interesting and different. It's not like actually like metal or anything. It's all made out of some form of candy. Dazzle, as you're looking at it a little bit closer, you see a little symbol of a basket with like what looks like eggs inside of it, stamped on one of these chocolate pieces inside of the rabbit. And you kind of start, now that you're like looking at it a little further, you see more of these, like, it looks like some kind of like brand mark that is on a bunch of the pieces in here on all of the rabbits.
I like show it to the rest. What does this mean?
It's made of chocolate and candy.
That's... Would I know what it means?
Ooh, you have a very interesting circumstance. Roll me a luck or will, and your DC is going to be lower. Everyone else would be like a 10 for this, but for you, I will say it's a 5.
No thoughts, brain empty, only sad.
Take 1 stress. You're
Yeah.
so close. And for a moment, there is something familiar about it, but you can't quite put your hand on like what exactly it is. But you have seen that symbol before.
I've seen it before, and I just look over the tree, and then I just sit down on the snow and kind of like hold my face and hold back some tears. I'm not crying yet. I'm close.
Dazzle, with that 12, Fizzwiz is like picking up random stuff and like kind of holds up like part of the wrapping paper that was holding these mechanical bunnies in. And you notice, you're like, hey, stop. And you grab Fizzwiz's hand and you can see the tag on it has that same symbol too.
Mhm.
And it looks like it's like a card that you can open up.
Okay. I think deliberately I'm not going to roll to try and identify the symbol. I think Dazzle has no idea what this is, but he opens the card.
All right. You open the card and it says, It has a symbol and it says, "Sends their regards."
I'm gonna show it to the others again. Like, I don't know what this means.
Did you all
I
see
take a
who
bite
put
out
it
of
under?
a gear.
Does it taste good?
Does it taste good?
Yeah.
This is
freaking
great.
delicious. It actually, inside of the chocolate, has marshmallow.
Mm.
This is even extra sweet and good.
Oh.
What if there's poison in it?
What? Immediately spits it all out.
Because what when someone says something sends their regards, that's always bad.
Is it?
Unless
like-
you're like really.
Well, all ominous like that, yeah? Like you
I
say,
mean-
hey, Trisha, sends my regards, Fizz Whiz. But when you just get something that says sends my regards, it's not as fun.
Especially
Yeah.
if they're seeking revenge.
See?
I mean, it's usually like the old-fashioned types, like dad or mom. I mean, like Santa or Mrs. Claus or I don't know, the Easter Bunny or like Father Time or something. Those old-fashioned people, they don't like send their regards to people all the time.
Can I look at the symbol and see if it looks like anything?
Yeah. It will be a 10 difficulty to figure out the symbol.
Still got
And
my
it is
face in
a
it.
will or a luck, most likely. I don't think any of the others make sense.
I could try luck, but I can't even get a 10. So
Yeah, it's difficult. Unless you spend candy canes, probably.
mhm. You know what? I'm gonna spend some. How many would I need? So it's a 10. I will
Yeah.
spend for 1d6.
Okay, roll me 1d6.
Okay. 3.
3. So you spend 3 candy canes and you get a 1 before multiplication.
I'll do a luck. That's normally 1, but I'll make it a 2 and hope for a 10. Oh wow!
Oh. All right.
The dice are
Take
cruel.
8 stress.
Take
8
stress.
stress.
8 stress. Oh,
8 stress.
I have reached my max.
I have
But
as
the-
well.
Both of you?
Yeah.
What are your stress explosions?
I start to get real tired, and I think I could go for a nap all day.
Okay. You're going to pass out and begin napping. What about you, Jolly? What's your stress explosion?
Mine is gambling. I'm going to Reno.
Okay. We'll let you guys RP this out, and then we'll see what Pine Tree and Dazzle do next.
You know, it's been a real long day. I think I need to take a nap.
And then I just start crumpling to the ground.
I'm gonna go sleep real quick.
I take my hat off and start using it as a pillow, and then I'm just asleep on the ground right now.
Makes sense.
And out of nowhere, I mean, I'm just talking, okay. Well, our next course of action should be to slot mode activated. And his mouth opens up, turns into another screen, just like the black screens that are his eyes. And his arm whoosh, is extended out. And he just stands there motionless with his arm extended, mouth open with screens.
I kind of like wipe something from my eyes and I just stand up. Jolly, you, Fizzwiz, Dazzle, what's.
Jolly says
I mean,
nothing.
I guess this has been there was a whole lot of activity. I make sense that Fizzwiz needs a nap. I don't know what Jolly's doing.
Maybe he wants like a handshake and I press down on his arm.
Whoosh. It turns into slots, and you just start to see like, you know, like there's like a candy cane, there's a snowman, there is a Santa head that just like starts going
Roll
through
me
all of the
3d6 Pine Tree, and if you get matches, at least 2 matches, you'll win. If not, you're gonna owe some candy cane to Jolly.
I'm gonna do them separately so they show up as pretty numbers. 1,
Okay.
2,
Oh,
3.
You got
2, 3.
2. You
Oh.
don't give Jolly candy canes. Wow.
Does he win any?
No,
Ah.
but he doesn't owe you any. It's
If he
basically like
breaks
he's
even.
like agreeing to
Yeah.
be in a gamble
Want
with
to
you.
give me
Yeah.
candy canes? I'm not gonna say no. but-
Yeah, breaks even. I get it. You put some
Yeah.
in, you get the same back out. And that
Yeah.
maybe hopefully snaps. Does that snap Jolly out of this, or is he just like this?
If he got
now?
all three right, I probably would have given him some candy canes.
Uh,
am
think-
I normal, or am I still like?
roll a 1d6 and same with Fizzwiz.
3?
A 2.
That's how many stress you get back. Dazzle and Pine Tree, you can do one more round of whatever you'd like before they're back in. But they both have to keep acting.
Okay.
This was a sleeping. Jolly's got his hand out.
Hold on, let me just take another look at that sign. I'm gonna take one more look at it. I remember it from somewhere.
All right. It's a 5 difficulty for you.
Well, again, let's see. 8.
8. You look at it, and now that you're looking at it a little closer, and I think because the one on the chocolate was like etched, it was hard to see. But now that you have like the card that says like send your regards, maybe it's less the symbol and more the handwriting of sends their regards that kind of like triggers your memory. And this reminds you of a particular entity called the Easter Bunny. And what they're known for is instead of candy canes, they have like a currency of carrots that they use. And you know that like in the lands there, they have like these giant bunnies that are probably like the size of your guys' like houses here in the North Pole. And they usually take like these eggs to children every year.
Oh, I totally know this dude. I mentioned him.
Huh?
It's the Easter Bunny.
What's an Easter bunny?
It's an evil rabbit that wants to take over for Santa someday or something like that. It hands out chocolates on some weird day in April that corresponds to, as far as I can tell, absolutely nothing. And on top of it, they use carrots as currency.
Oh. That's not too bad.
I mean, he wants to take over Santa's job one day.
Oh, that's really bad. It was the currency. Carrots is currencies, all right. Carrots are good.
I mean, compared to candy canes, though, like, I like carrots. Don't get me wrong. They're super great and crunchy. But compared to candy canes...
I guess. So was he trying to take over Christmas?
Or maybe
The two of
just
you wake
kill
up to hearing like, so was he going to take over Christmas? That's what you two are like waking up from your stress explosion.
Who's taking over? What?
The bunny person, the bunny guy,
Easter Bunny.
that one.
What's it? What's that? We already killed the bunnies, remember?
Think of him like kind of a family rival for Santa.
Who could not love Santa? Santa's the best.
You'd be surprised. Some people just don't understand that Santa's trying his best. He's not perfect, but, you know, he's working hard to make sure gifts go to all the kids over up until like December 25th. This dude makes round trips over one day. Do you know how hard that is on his knees? I mean,
Well, he's usually
is this-
sitting, right?
you forgetting the part where he has to go down the chimneys.
Yeah.
He's not as young as he used to be. I mean, when I was young, like, he was a bit more boundy, you know what I mean? He's gotten a bit old, but, he's still like my favorite person.
Well, then what does this bunny want from Santa? To kill Santa.
That sounds like he
To
wants to steal Christmas from him.
Diabolical.
And then they'll
Yeah.
probably, if they take over, they'll replace everything. Instead of pulling the sleigh with reindeer, they'll be pulling it with rabbits. It won't do it all. Even with the carrots.
You know what's really scary? these things would have had to been made here, which means there are
Mm.
people here, elves, working for the Easter Bunny. I mean, that just makes you want to give up. You know what I mean? Like crawl into a ball and just hide.
Fizwiz, with your role earlier, Fizwiz and Dazzle, you would know that there's no way this present was made, or this creature was made here. Like the equipment that would be needed, and the type of gears and like the symbols that were on it. You don't think that it was made from here. And plus it was all made out of like this chocolate that you've never seen before, and some kind of like weird like honey glue that you've never seen used in any of the stuff that the gingerbread house makes. And some of you have decorated cookies in previous years.
So say maybe they weren't built here, but then who put them here? There's some people among us who cannot be trusted.
I bet it was the North Coalition. This is exactly the
North
kind of thing they do.
How do we find them? And how do we trap them so we can interrogate them?
I don't know.
I mean, I feel
But
like
they're
that's
around.
a lot.
Probably.
Like it's not like they're card-carrying members of the North Coalition. You know what I mean? It's not like you can like get them into a room and just interrogate them for hours on end, and then end with pretty much saying everyone is guilty. Like that'd be ridiculous.
Sounds improbable.
Mm.
If I know the North Coalition, and I've seen them up to things before, this'll be a distraction for something even bigger. They like doing that.
Wait, remember what Santa's the reindeer?
What about the reindeer?
You remember now that Santa did give you a mission to figure out what was going on with the A stable.
Look, I like Clarice as much as all the other reindeer, but she's young, you know what I mean? She's like C-Team.
You know, Santa thinks
What's wrong
all the
with-
reindeer deserve equal love.
Yeah, what's wrong
they
with the
deserve
C-Team
equal-
reindeer? They're
They
great.
deserve equal love, but every year it's still the same reindeer leading the sleigh, right? Like Donner and Comet and Blitzen, and none of them showed up to work today. Or at least that's not who was leading the sleigh.
Well, maybe Santa decided to give the other reindeer a go.
Hey, you were at the stables earlier, Dazzle. What, did you see anything weird?
No, everything was fine.
Cunning, roll a cunning. This is gonna be a 6 for them to not know.
Okay. 2. Oh no.
Oh, no.
He knows something. You don't know what he knows, but he's not telling the truth here. He saw something.
Dazzle, you're like one of Santa's top elves. How would you not know?
And take
How would-
4 stress.
How'd you not remember that we were given a mission to check out on the reindeer by Santa Claus himself?
Well, we got distracted by the bunnies. We can still go do that.
Are you sure you didn't see anything when you were there before?
I
Because I
don't
don't
know.
think that's true.
There's a lot going on in there. It's noisy, and maybe I missed something.
All right, let's go check on them right now. Let's go to the stables.
All right, let's go.
Affirmative.
I keep telling Santa that we should put cameras in the stables, but we haven't done it yet.
And I'm just looking at Dazzle.
That would be an invasion of the reindeer's privacy.
But it might protect the reindeer.
I think
Let's
you don't
go.
give the reindeer enough credit.
I'll follow them as they head that way.
You all go. Some of you a little bit more suspicious of one another. And you make your way towards the stable.
Before we go there, can I
Yeah.
stop by the elfin costume place
Yeah,
and pick up a pair of rainbow tights?
for sure.
That's one candy cane, right?
I think you can look at the.
Yeah,
let's see
I
how
did.
much tights are worth. Yep, 1 candy cane.
So I'll
cost.
spend that 1 candy cane.
All right. And you make your way towards the reindeer stable. Sorry, my cat's like getting in the way. And it's similar to what it looked like before when I described it from to Dazzle. You see on the top is like this memorial for the bauble slaying, and you can kind of like make your way in. And the first area is kind of like where the really fancy stalls are with, and they're all currently all the doors are open, and you can see out in the yard. It looks like not even out in the yard, but like out in the forward front. There's a group of elves and the B team of reindeer kind of all scouting. It looks like some elves are riding the reindeer and they're like trying to look around and they're like shouting like, Donner, Blitzen!
Hey guys, what's happening? What's going on?
One of the elves comes flying down, and you recognize this elf. Some of you do. His name is Frosty Chocolate Jump. He's like the reindeer hand here. He kind of jumps down with one of the reindeer, and he's like,
The elves got out, or the reindeer got out. Someone left the stalls open.
Who let the elves out? Oh, sorry.
We're just trying to gather them. Have you guys come to help?
Yeah, Santa sent us. He just got attacked.
What?
Yeah.
Does he need help?
He made it
Where's
away
he at?
okay. He went off on the sleigh.
Where?
I look at the others and just shrug.
You needed
I'll
to
point like a
vacate the
vague
premises?
direction.
Frosty goes like flying that direction because he thinks that Santa's in trouble.
Wait,
at- I was going to say, at this moment, I remembered that I forgot to tell him about mince pie. So,
Oh yeah.
I don't know if this matters, but there was, you know, the elf earlier that had the memorial mince pie?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, mince pie went missing and they found some of mince pie's uniform out. I think over here.
is this the area that they would have found? No. Okay.
I think this was like,
You don't
no,
know.
I don't think it was here. Well, that was years
You
ago,
don't
though.
know where, but Dazzle's character knows where.
Yeah, no, Miss Pie didn't go missing near the stables, but I mean that's years ago now. It's a cold case.
Dazzle, you were here before. Were the stables open?
No.
Is he still lying to us?
Kind of. He's half lying to you.
Kind of. Huh.
So when you arrived here, the stables were totally shut.
Yeah, they must have got out while everyone was making presents.
And when you left
Roll
here,
cunning. DC 6.
and when you left here, the stables were totally shut.
That's the one again on the dice. What is?
4 stress.
I've rolled so many ones.
Mm-hmm. Dazzle's getting stressed out. You guys can tell
I'm hanging
Dazzle's
in
like
there.
not fully telling you the truth. There's something weird going on here.
Dazzle, who opened the stables?
We know you know something more than you are saying.
Well, there was I'm gonna look over at like the stable hand who's like disappearing off into the sky currently. Okay, so I heard something. There was something going on with the stable hand. He was talking to some people. I don't know who the people were, but I didn't recognize them as part of any of our teams. Other elves from somewhere else.
You recognize them as North Coalition. I don't know if you want to share that with them though.
I don't know for sure, but it could have been something to do with the North Coalition. There shouldn't have been any elves in the stables at that time. They should all have been at the square. I was only here because I was late.
I love reindeer. They're better than people.
Oh,
Something
that's
happened to the A
very
team.
nice.
Something happened to the A team. We've got to find them. That's more important than these North Coalition people. But what seems to me is like they're creating like confusion after confusion. You know what I mean?
That's
Like-
what they do. They make a big scene and cause some trouble, and then it was all just a distraction for another thing that they were doing. But then that was a distraction too for another thing that they were doing. They'd like to do a whole bunch of stuff at once.
So we got missing reindeer. We've got bunny. We've got runny babbits, and what else? Is that enough things?
There might be one more thing.
The thing, the missing elf.
I
3.
mean, that was a couple years ago, but maybe that makes sense.
Do I see any
I don't
tracks
know
in the
if-
snow?
I don't know if they were responsible for mince pie going missing. I think that's probably something else.
You see your tracks, you see tracks of elves, you see tracks of reindeer. For sure you see tracks. If you're trying to like figure out something and discern something from them, I would say that would be a luck or a skill. I would even allow will. You get different answers for the different roles though.
I feel like I would go to Rudolph's door and see if I see footprints specifically from Rudolph's hoof prints.
Yeah, you're looking at Rudolph's stable. Which skill are you going to use or which attribute?
I try to do tracking, so I don't know if that would just be like skill.
That to me would be like a will or a skill I would allow.
Okay. Probably go with
Different.
skill. Just because my will is
And I
0.
think this is going to be an 8.
6.
Okay. 2 stress.
Okay, I'm falling asleep again.
Are you? Do you hit your stress explosion? Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, you see me over by Rudolph's thing and just
It's a quick nap, real quick.
and then
Hey.
start like crumbling to the ground again, and I fall asleep by.
I'd like to try and capture Fizzwiz before she totally collapses.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know if this is gonna cheer you up or not, because I feel like you need cheering up right now. But I got you this present, and I didn't know if I wanted to give it to you right now. But anyway, here, and I hand over the rainbow tights.
Okay. And because you are Merry Maid, and a gift gives you 1d6. So roll. And your first time it's 3d6. So roll 3d6.
I'd love to.
You get 8 stress back. Bizwiz.
Okay, it is like you've injected me with adrenaline.
Yeah.
Just
It's
like
like the like you are almost about to close your eyes, but in the glint of the corner of your eyes you see a present, and it's like, ah.
Oh my gosh, really?
and it's like I just chugged my own hot cocoa and I sit up
Oh, you're perfect. I haven't had a new pair in a long time.
and I'm gonna give Pine Tree a hug
Thank you.
and then run into Rudolph's stall to change from my hot pink to my new rainbow stockings.
Yeah, now you have like an extra pair of stockings. Write in your notes that you have hot pink stockings.
Okay.
You have spare hot pink stockings.
Okay, and I'm gonna walk out.
How did they look?
You look like you.
Thank you.
So you're looking for Rudolph.
Yeah, I just thought if we could track maybe some of the hoof prints. Then I got overwhelmed because there's a lot of hoof prints. But maybe we could track them and see where they went.
Jolly, you're really smart.
I try.
Maybe you could track them.
Let's see. Scan. I like to do that.
Skill, luck, or will? Ooh, and an 8. That is what you need. With an 8, you start scanning and you have like, what does it look like when you scan? Describe that a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, so his black eyes again, they just sort of, you start seeing like shimmers of digital energy again as they sort of brighten, and you can see his head move on like a swivel as he's going back and forth. And that's how you know he's scanning.
Yeah, and it's almost like, you know, when you're looking at snow and like the light hits the snow and it sparkles. when you find something, it kind of sparkles like that. And you see little hoof prints, and you kind of like scan in, and you find exactly Rudolph's footprints. And you kind of follow the tracks, and you're kind of like walking and following, and you're going around in circles, and then you kind of like stand there for a moment because like clearly he went up in the air, and then he jumped back down, and he came back out, and you're like following his scent and his track, and everyone else is kind of like following behind you as you go.
I want to sneak off a little bit. I want to go investigate inside the stable, and I want to go through the door that I saw the North Coalition people go through before.
Okay. As the three of them are
And
looking
I'm gonna be
and
like,
scouting.
okay, they're getting suspicious of me, so while they're busy looking for Rudolph, I'm just gonna be looking over here.
You find the trail, Jolly, and it leads down into the forest away from the stables.
Can we catch Dazzle trying to sneak off?
Dazzle, roll us a cunning.
Oh no.
It is going to be a 6. I think they're pretty distracted, so it's going to be like difficult for an amateur, but easy for a pro.
6! I actually
Barely.
did it!
Barely. This time you get away barely. I think for a moment Pine Tree kind of is like thinking to himself like, "Oh, we have one more person." But like then he gets distracted as Jolly's like, "I found it." And like you all are going down this track down into the forest where you see Rudolph's tracks. And you can actually see Jolly that sometimes Rudolph like hits trees in the air because he's like jumping into the air. So it's not always like tracks on the ground. Okay. As the three of you are going into the forest, are you trying to be sneaky, or what are you guys all doing as you're scouting?
I would just take the lead of what Jolly's doing.
Yeah, I would say Jolly is trying not to cause too much attention, moving a little more quietly. So yeah, sneaking-ish. Yeah.
Okay. Roll me everyone roll me a cunning. Together, I want to see about roughly an 8 if you all together have an 8. So we've got a
6 for
6.
me.
You hit the 8. Just need Jollies.
Goose egg.
You got the 8.
Good.
You actually got a little above it, so you're good. You all make it together. I think Jolly's being the least quiet, probably because like following the tracks, and sometimes like a branch hits him, and then I feel like Pine Tree grabs the branch, Fizzwiz like ducks. So it's like you're all working together. Jolly just like not so much paying attention and kind of hitting stuff, but you guys are assisting him. And you're gonna sneak up on Rudolph. You kind of see Rudolph kind of floating in an open area in between like a bunch of trees, and he's just like chilling and eating something. Meanwhile, Dazzle, back at the stable. Where are you going?
I want to go through that door I saw the North Coalition leave by. I want to see if they've got a base of operations or a secret tunnel or what's going on here.
You go over to the door that you saw them go through, and you kind of like tug on the door, and it's a little hard to pull open. You're gonna have to roll me athletics.
Ew, oh no. Okay.
Or cunning, I would allow as like a kind of like lock picking or kind of like something like that.
I'll go for the cunning then. I'll take that option. What's my target?
I would say this is about a 7.
Okay.
Difficult for an amateur, but easy for a pro. Thinking about spending candy canes?
Yeah, I'm thinking about spending candy cane. I'm gonna spend. Let's be risky. 2d6.
2d6. All right, let's see. Coming to the end too.
Oh, 3.
3.
Nice.
That's not
Okay,
bad.
that went well.
3, and you get +2 to your roll before multiplication.
Okay,
So,
so that means my
subtract the 3
cunning
candy canes.
becomes basically 4. 8.
And you
Yes.
you get right above it because it was a 7. So with that, you kind of pull in, and you see that how this is closed in is from the other side. There's like a wood paneling that's like locked in to place. So you kind of like go find a candy cane and you shove it in and you lift up and then you push the door and you're able to get through. And as you push the door open, this looks like a different part of the stable that you've never seen before. On the ground is like a big dais. It's like covered with hay, but you can see like a part of it and you kind of like sweep it off and you like look and you can see that there's like some kind of like weird like thing on the ground that was being covered up by hay.
I'm gonna kind of inspect it more and see if I can work out what it's about.
Yeah, this will be a will, 100% a will.
Okay. What's my target?
And the difficulty is, I think it's still a 7. Yeah.
All right, just gonna roll it. 20.
20.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. With a 20, that's really good. Roll me 2d6.
7.
It's 7 candy cane.
Nice.
And 7 candy canes. And you look at this thing and you realize that there's like a little piece, there's something that can be put in the center of this. And it looks like once it's put there, it kind of trickles into what looks like little like crevices and it probably activates it. That's what it looks like. You've actually, with a 20, because of your background, you've seen specifically Frosty Chocolate Jump with a pouch of what look like round circular things with different symbols on them. You've never really realized what those were before. They look like big chocolate coins, but they have different symbols on the chocolate coins. And it looks like those would fit right in this hole, like this little slot in the center here.
I have
It's
a
up to
question.
something. Right under
What's
my
up, Jolly?
nose.
I
What's
have
up, Pine Tree?
an elf power called Trespass, which means I can take 1d6 to intrude on a battle love scene. I can also butt in after the action is ended, and this could even work when someone is using a different power called Roll for 2. After the action is ended in the scene, can I butt in, realizing that
100%. 100%.
I will pay that
Um,
1d6? 3. I have 10 stress.
Well, I'll let you know when you're in. Dazzle, with that, what would you like to do?
Okay, does the stable hand guy have like an office or like a room that he keeps his...
He does. He does. He has like a stable hand, like rancher hand office room in the
Okay,
stable.
I want to find it.
Okay. Before we get to that, as you're like, you swing open the door again, Pine Tree is standing in front of you. But before we have that conversation, whoop, we back up as Jolly and Fizzwiz, you see Rudolph kind of like floating in the air in this opening in the trees. And you actually turn around and Pine Tree's not there.
Where did Pine Tree go?
And you don't see Dazzle either.
Where's Dazzle?
You're muted, Jolly.
No! No! Okay. No! Those were the 2 best lines I've ever delivered ever. Like the quality of voice. I can't recreate it.
You got this, London. We believe in you.
Dazzle. Pine Tree. Where are you? See, not as good. It's not as good as the last time. But that's what he says. He's calling out for them.
As you start calling out, Rudolph actually turns his head. His nose lights up, and he like points at you, like looks at you both.
Hi, Rudolph. It's me, Fizzwiz Magigickle.
I'm gonna wave at Rudolph.
And I,
Rudolph is floating in the air and just
J011Y.
waves back with a hoof.
Is everything okay, Rudolph?
He like spins around and like flies in the air and spins back down. He looks like he's having the time of his life.
Have you seen our companions, Dazzle and Pine Tree?
He shakes his head.
Well,
how come you're not in your bed area, your stable?
He shrugs,
Do you want to come back with us?
shakes his head.
Do you want a candy cane? And I'll pull one of my own candy canes out
Oh,
of.
he's already behind you, and he's got his mouth on the candy cane.
Okay, so I guess I'm one candy cane short now. And then I'm gonna just start. I look over at Jolly and I'm like, let's walk back. And I'm gonna start walking back, trying to lead Rudolph to the stable.
Awesome.
This way, Rudolph.
All right. The two of you are trying to lead Rudolph back to the stable. I don't think there's a roll that needs to happen here. He's definitely going to go for the candy cane if you like. That's the price you're paying here is you're spending a candy cane.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we pan back up to the barn door sliding open. Dazzle walking out confidently like, oh, I got to go to the office. And Pine Tree is standing, looming over you as you slide open the door.
Oh, wait, how did you get in there? You're muted.
I followed you.
Oh, well, I was trying to get in here. Look at this, and I like show him this weird circle. Like, look, it's got like this thing in it, and I think the
Dazzle. Look, I don't want to do this, but friends don't keep secrets from each other. So I'm gonna start. I didn't actually follow you here until I realized you were missing, and I only realized you were missing after I saw Rudolph, but I backtracked through time and found you here. Because my dad's father time and my mom's mother nature, and so that's my secret. What are yours? Because clearly you have them.
I have no idea who those people
Just so
are.
you know, you roll me a will to see if you know who they are actually, or luck, one or the other. Roll
I
or
feel
luck.
like Dazzle wouldn't know. I feel like if it doesn't come
You might
up,
know
then
Mother Nature because of your background.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, okay. What was it?
Father
What is-
Time, maybe not so much, but Mother Nature, I would say this is a 7 difficulty.
Okay, was it Will you said or?
Yeah.
Okay. 16. Huh.
Yeah. You know Mother Nature. Because she brings you lots of food.
Okay, and then it's like
You've seen her come to the stables a few times. You don't know Father Time, I don't think necessarily. But you've seen some gentlemen wearing like some interesting like clockwork gear and have some trinkets that was with her at the time. But you 100% know who she is.
okay.
Which would make Pine Tree a prince. And that's what you know.
I'm like, oh, I know Mother Nature. She's nice.
Yeah. Mom's a lot, but she's really nice and she likes reindeer and I like reindeer. And my point is that whatever you're keeping from us, I don't think you want to hurt Santa. So you can tell us, or at least me. I'm not going to be angry.
I don't want to hurt. I just want Santa to appreciate me, and so I'm trying to make sure he does. And that's why I'm working this out. I think the stable hand's up to something.
I don't disagree, but why do you keep creeping around? I mean, you tried to I saw you snuck away.
Well, you guys were looking for the reindeer, so I thought I would look in here.
But why didn't you say anything, Dazzle?
Well, we were doing both things.
Listen, I put one hand on Dazzle's shoulder and then think about it for a second before holding him in a hug. You don't need to hide. If you just want Santa's recognition, all you got to do is ask, man. I can help you with that. He's kind of like my uncle. We're friends now, real friends who tell each other secrets. I can roll affection if that would make it better.
You can roll affection if you want. If you want to set the DN for it.
Oh, how would I set the target? Would I roll something, or would it just be?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'd be like almost like a combat, a spar.
Hmm. What would I roll in response then?
It's up to you what you think would be the right thing. If it's affection versus affection, then you can do that. Or
It's
that's-
probably
that
more like
seems like what's
cunning. I'm
happening.
just trying to worm my way out of it by like
Okay.
distracting and avoiding.
So cunning versus affection versus cunning. That makes sense to me.
Can I spend candy canes on this?
You can spend candy canes on it,
I'll
but
spend
you
one-
won't get candy canes
Oh,
back
no.
if you go above the DN.
I'll spend 1d6.
Okay.
Which is a full 6 candy
Ooh.
canes.
6
Take it
candy
back.
canes. Oof.
I apologize
So
to myself.
Bentham's gonna roll first for Dazzle, so that you know what the DN is.
Okay. It's gonna roll it flat. Let's see what the dice say. They say
You need to beat a
yes
2.
again. I rolled 1 on the die for 2 as the target.
So your
Why did I
affection.
spend candy ca- Well, I'm gonna succeed at this no matter what, because now I have a 3 in affection temporarily.
Okay. Let's see how
15.
15. Ooh, yeah. 100%. Continue your conversation.
Well, if sure I can trust you. You're not gonna tell anybody.
I wouldn't ever.
Okay, well. All right, no, nobody, not even Fizzwiz or Jolly, not Santa, or even Mother Nature.
All right. I won't tell a single soul. You have my word.
Okay. And Dazzle is gonna step back. He's gonna
Dazzle,
stand
roll
on
a
the circle.
1d6. Before you do this, roll a 1d6.
Uh-oh. Okay.
I'm sure you're just getting candy canes. It's fine.
Yeah,
5.
5 candy canes. You have 5 candy
For me, or
Yeah,
okay.
from previous roll. You didn't get your candy canes yet.
Ah, nice.
You step back. Are you stepping onto the dais?
I do step onto that, just
Okay.
kind of coincidentally,
Okay.
and I'm gonna transform.
He doesn't know, so you're gonna have to explain to him what you transform
Okay,
into.
so-
I don't.
There's like, I don't know exactly. I imagine this kind of shimmery, Christmassy magical effect happens and kind of envelops Dazzle, and for a moment you can't see him, obscured by this kind of expanding shiny cloud, and then, as it fades away, in Dazzle's place is a reindeer. He has a collar on, and he has a name tag, and the name tag says Lightning.
I literally just hug this reindeer so hard, so happily.
And because you are a prince and of Mother Nature is your mother, you can actually talk to reindeer.
Oh my god. Dazzle. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
No problem. Right. I can understand you when you speak. Just so you no.
That's
Why are
cool.
you hiding this from people?
Well, I want to. I don't know. It just kind of happened, so I just thought I'd be an elf for a bit.
I get that.
Just an elf sometimes now.
But you don't need to hide from anyone.
Well, I don't want people to know that I'm sneaking out of the stables or anything.
Okay. Well, your secret's safe with me. Wait, did the other reindeer know? Because, keeping secrets from Rudolph is really hard. He's super smart for a deer.
Do
Or
the other
anyone.
reindeer know? I don't know if they.
Unless you've shown someone else that you're an elf, no one knows. I mean, no one knew previously. This is the first person
Okay.
on camera we've
I'm-
ever
I'm
shown. So that's kind of up to you
I'm
who you've
imagining
shown.
that the reindeer don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe if some were really paying attention, they could work it out because of the few times where, Dazzle has walked by and then never left. And sometimes lightning is missing and things like that. If they were, some of the ones in the nearby stalls, but otherwise, no one's been
I
told
rolled
or
for the
shown.
reindeer. Most of them are not that perceptive.
Excellent.
Okay. Wow, this is amazing. You're so cool.
Okay, just don't tell anybody at all ever. At all.
I won't, promise. But that explains so much. So when you were here, wait, did you open the stable doors?
No.
So who did?
I think it's something to do with the stable hand. He's up to something. Look at this thing with like the hole in it.
Yeah. That's strange. And then you were walking through the door. Which door were you going? Where you going?
I was looking for his office because I think that's where he might keep the things that you put in the circle.
Do I know where the office is?
You both know where the office is. And as you both head to the office, we
I
see
do turn back
Jolly.
into Dazzle before we set off, just because I'm like, anyone
Okay.
can walk in. We can't have this happen again.
We see Jolly and Fizzwiz kind of bringing in one of the reindeer. And there's a couple other elves who are bringing in the other reindeer, and then the stalls are getting closed. And Fizzwiz and Jolly both roll me 3d6.
Okay.
11.
5.
You get 11, Fizzwiz, and Jolly, you get 9.
Candy cane?
Candy canes. Yep.
Oh.
You completed a major difficult goal that Santa provided for you by bringing in Rudolph. The other two, we see kind of this moment where the two of you are bringing in the reindeer. The latch gets closed, and we see the sign that says Rudolph on it. And we see someone like kind of brushing Rudolph's fur and feeding him some more candy canes. And then we see Pine Tree and Dazzle, both like one of them kind of looking out, the other one kind of what looks like it's kind of like breaking into Frosty Chocolate Jump's office. And that's kind of where we're going to end today's episode.
Oh.
Who has the most candy canes?
This was right.
I believe it's Fizzwiz. If we, anyone correct me if I'm wrong on the candy cane counts, but I can give the final.
Yeah,
the
give the final
scores.
count.
We'll start with last place. In last place, after a very early lead, a strong lead early on, I had a couple of rough hits towards the end. We have Werewolf with 35 candy canes, if I have the count right.
Still a lot of candy canes.
Yeah, and that's the lowest amount. That's like
Yeah.
the candy cane rates are much higher this year than some of the previous years because of the tweaks to the system.
Yeah.
In third place, with a very very terrible start, but then a very rapid climb towards the end was me, ending on 40 candy canes. In second place, also with a late start but an even better meteoric rise towards the end, is London with 46. And in the lead, who just dominated the competition the entire time, took the lead like in the first 15 minutes and then held it for the entire game, is Katie with 61 candy canes.
61 candy canes. And we see like the credits roll, and then like there's that like the final scene where we see Fizzwiz like giving the opportunity to ride on Santa's sleigh to, is it your sister?
I just thought, I mean, as many people as Santa would let me put on the sleigh, but my siblings, so that they could go on the magical ride.
It would be one sibling that you could do.
I am always imagined Fizzwiz has like 20 siblings, so whichever sibling was most mad at me would get this trip.
All right, yeah. You basically like ask Santa, and Santa like appreciates your kindness and will offer the swap. So you have you kind of have this happy moment where one of your siblings comes back and is just like talking about how cool riding on Santa's sleigh was, and then we have another round of credits and then a final trailer in there where we see Pine Tree kind of standing over Dazzle, and Dazzle is opening a pouch, and inside the pouch is a bag of what look like gold wrapped coins, and each of them have different emblems on them. One of them is an emblem of a basket with eggs, which you've seen before. There's one that has what looks like a pumpkin. And we see you like holding these up as you're looking through them. and one that and quite a few that have snowflakes on them as well. And the look on both of your guys' eyes as you look at each other, and then inside of a cave, we see a group of elves kind of standing in an office, being handed candy canes by what looks like a very charming fellow. And the camera pans over the door, and it looks like scratched onto the door, the office door, it says Rusty Crackle Warmth. And that will be the end of Santa RPG 2021.
So many questions.
Me too.
So you want to
Already-
wrap it up for us, Bentham? And I believe we're doing a live after show, right?
We'll
probably have to make it shorter.
I mean, that's up to you, because it's not technically a finale, but we could do it.
It's true. It's up to you guys if you want to or not.
That's the holidays. Why not be nice and do a live after show? That's my.
There you go.
All right, we'll do a live after show. Let's go.
And you guys
through-
can ask questions in chat. I won't be able to answer all of them, but I can answer as much as I can.
Let's go through the announcements. Yes, today's episode was supported by Rusty Crackle Warmth, who in reality is Hiroshi. Thank you very much, Hiroshi. The monthly recap is out on the Patreon. You can check that out right now. There's also lots more stuff coming on the Patreon. We've got lots of goodies for Ascension from EE from our recent episode and its occurrences that definitely occurred. There's the final character sheets for Avatar you'll be able to catch, and also the NPC names post for December as well. We're going to be going on Christmas break after this, so next time Roll For It will see will be in middle of January. Keep an eye on the Twitters for exactly when we're going to be coming back. We'll be, of course, returning with more Ascension on Thursdays, and there'll be a new show replacing Avatar that we'll be announcing closer to the time, so keep an eye out for that. Also, we're sponsored by Roll20. We were using Roll20 today to roll a dice. Super convenient for that. You just press a button and it does the thing. Great. And yeah, that's the announcements.
Right, cool. Should do our rounds then?
Yeah, we can tell people where we can find us.
Yeah.
Let's start with Werewolf. What about you? Where can we find you? What are you doing? What links to click?
There's a lot of stuff happening in the new year. First of all, you can find me on Twitch, Instagram, and Twitter, all Werewolf Feels. I make it easy for folks. I stream some games, planning on getting back to that soon. Instagram is really fueling pictures of my dog more than me. And if you follow me on Twitter, you'll get announcements for all the things that I'm doing in the upcoming new year. There's a couple things, though. I'm still on Fae Forge Academy for Into the Mists. The new year, I'll be on a podcast called The Atomless, which will premiere on January 15th. We're also doing a live show of that. It's going to be a bit less edited, but still super fun if you want to join us in that on January 5th on the Welcome In channel. That's on Wednesday evening. And this is a big secret, but I'm going to reveal it to you because I care about you. I'm going to be guesting in this amazing podcast for 5e called Redacted. You can find more information about that on my Twitter once it happens. I'll also be on 2 Kickstarters. One is Disaster Hamsters, a supplement for 5e that will be available in January. I'm sensitivity consulting, haven't done any of the work on that yet because, waiting for the text to arrive, but super excited for it. And I'm also going to be on Deimos Academy. I've already written for it, but if you could support them, you would do me a huge favor. That's again premiering probably January, possibly February. Again, this is the reason to follow me. I'm in so many things, it's just easier to do that. Also, here on the YouTube channel, if you're watching on YouTube, you can also find me in the Mage campaign and in the Hungry Dead campaign. I recommend watching to the second episode of each to get a good idea of how they go before making a decision. Promise you won't regret it. And that's it for me. Katie, why don't you go next?
Okay. Hi, I'm Katie Peters Plays. I do a lot of fun stuff on Twitch, do a lot of tabletop, and I've been very lucky to do a lot of tabletop with Roll For It, so go look back in the archives and you might see my face pop up every now and then. I just ran my second one-shot ever. That's over on my YouTube if you want to check that out. It was a horror drama. And so yeah, go check that out if you want. My podcast, Katie Hasn't Seen That, is coming back for season 2 in the new year. You all picked the first 4 movies I'm watching, so that's going to be happening. And yeah, follow me on Twitter at PlayKatiePlay. And what else? I just like hanging out, so thank you for letting me be on this show. This was a lot of fun. I loved getting into the holiday spirit and be an elf. And so this was amazing.
It's too funny. You guys were having a hard time being in character sometimes because you're like, what is happening?
I guess, London, I'm throwing it to you.
All right, I'll catch it. And guess what? I'm not muted this time.
Nice.
My name is London Carlisle. I'm an actor.
London, we can't hear you. You're muted.
No, I'm not. You're not
That's
tricking
mean.
me. No,
It's cruel.
no. I'm London Carlisle, actor, tabletop content creator. I'm always running things, always playing games. Currently, right now, we just started a new Call of Cthulhu campaign on Spot Hidden. It is set in the Dark Ages, so lots of swords and dark sorcery, and of course horror. So if you're in any of that, please give us a follow, watch us. It's a great time. Also, more Call of Cthulhu. Check out our podcast, Ain't Slayed Nobody. We're doing season 2 of Y'all of Cthulhu, so that'll be dropping really soon. Some great eldritch horror amongst the Wild West there. And also next year, so I guess starting in January 10th, we're going to be doing on Satine Phoenix's channel, Gilding Light. I'll be running a new 5e campaign on there. So stay tuned for info on that on my Twitter. I'll be dropping all the info, but let's just say it's very Final Fantasy, very Legend of Zelda inspired, all of the games you like. So yeah, that'll be coming out soon. And you can follow me at London Carlisle for more information on that. So that's me. And last but not least, anything?
Bentham still too.
Yes, for players, yes.
I'm Bentham. I'm boring. When I'm not here doing all the roll for things, I just play video games. Do lots of multiplayer stuff. We've got most recently, what did we do? I did a little bit of Valheim the other day because I think I'm getting back into that. I did a super long stream of Kenshi a while back, and we might do some more of that. Normally be doing Barotrauma on Sundays, so in future Sundays, keep an eye out for that. We've done Phasmophobia, where I die a lot, just all the time. And I'm hoping at some point soon to play the new full release of Pray for the Gods, which is like Shadow of the Colossus, but it's an indie game that's it's just, I think, finished now. So I need to play that. I need to give that a go. Shadow of the Colossus is one of my favorite games, so I'm hoping that an homage to it is going to be awesome too, and I believe it will be. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Finally, of course, wonderful GM, Santa Master, Maggie.
Hey everybody, you can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I always let you know whenever I'm live and doing stuff. I'm kind of all over the place. I'm always doing fun things, and I'm hoping to do a lot of cool things in the coming year as well. And I make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And that's me. And we're gonna wrap it up for tonight, and we'll come back in a little bit to do a quick after show.
Yep, don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
Get your questions prepared.